presenting the ABC parking at 11 o'clock. He's also presenting a MOI, which is scheduled at 11:30. I'm going to move that. He'll tackle that right after the parking thing, so he doesn't have to break up his day, his busy day, and coming back here. Also on the MOIs, John Peacock decided to pull for now the library custodial services supplemental budget piece, so that's going to come off. Unfortunately, that leaves us a little bit of gap after the MOIs, and we are unable to move our special meeting because that was publicly noticed. So we are going to, at 2:30, to help Jim schedule out, we're going to start our executive session at that time with one item regarding the airport. And then the rest of the afternoon schedule should be as it's stated on our agenda. That'll make our time flow a little bit better if that works all right with everybody. Going to be some changes flying around with the agenda. Nothing too much to worry about, Rachel.
Not going to worry.
But we are starting off today with our airport surface transportation best practices study. And Jim is here from the airport with his team. If you just go around introducing everybody for us, it'd be great.
Very good. Good morning, all. Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director at the Aspen-Pickett County Airport, and I'm very pleased to have joined me this morning Bob Felsberg from Felsberg, Holt, and Ullevig. Also from the same firm is Shay Susky, and he did quite a bit of the project planning research background work, as well as Tim Malloy from G.G. Malloy Planning. I know you're familiar with these individuals in the past. Today's document, I think you're really going to like. The need to go do this work was a direct result of the master plan that we did at the airport that was approved a little over a year ago. In that, we had two projects that we wanted to follow up that master plan with. One included the design guidelines that were approved by the board here a couple of weeks ago. That really did kind of set the stage for what the airport changes might look like in the future, specific infrastructure changes, terminal buildings, and other things that we might consider in foreseeable future about how we do that process and make sure that we really did keep the community's culture and expectations to the forefront. So I think that turned out to be a really strong project, and thank you for your approval of that. The other item is the one that we're talking about today, which is the ground transportation best practices. I think there was quite a bit of discussion as we went through the master plan about how we can ensure that our airport does the best job possible of connecting our customers to the air transportation system, specifically the airport. Whether that's a visitor arriving and finding their way to a local lodge, or locals who are using the airport to travel on business or pleasure, wherever that might be. So we brought on this team to help us kind of work through that. There's really the key components, as I see it, is there was a tremendous amount of research done to kind of understand what was happening in the ground transportation industry, how that related to airports. They looked at specific other documents that had been produced, studies and such from around the world, to consider how we might take those really great ideas that are being used elsewhere and bring them into focus and compare them and analyze whether they work for us here in our local community. Additionally, we used peer airports. So I think one of the board meetings, we'd come up with some peer airports that were smart to take a look at and see how they were doing business. So there's also some work that Bob and his team did to contact those airports, ask them how they fit the pieces together, and between both the background research and those questionnaires and looking at peer airports, they came forward with some ideas. And I think they're really good ideas. They're listed in here. We also put together an action plan that we thought were both on the short and longer term basis can be put to work here to improve our ground transportation process, with that overarching goal to really make it as seamless as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob and let him kind of walk through that program for you and share the outcome. I think you'll appreciate it.
Great, thanks, Jim. Good morning. I'm assuming that everybody has a copy of the report and maybe even the PowerPoint presentation I'm going to use this morning. I've tried to boil it down really in the presentation to focus as much on recommendations about possible strategies to be considered here at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. It's been a fun project. It's been interesting. I've talked to a lot of peer airport managers, and it's been interesting for me to learn their perspectives on ground transportation. But as Jim said, I got this working without fumbling through it here. The goals of this study were really to look at policies, practices, and programs, and with two primary goals in mind. One is to encourage the use of alternative modes, to reduce that reliance on a private automobile and for travel to and from the airport, and to reduce the demand on rental cars as well. Secondly, to provide a seamless travel experience. I think a lot of that came from the session that I was up here for early in the process, where y'all were talking about what's really important as it relates to that seamless experience that one should have from the time they get off the airplane to the time they arrive at their destination through whatever transportation system it might be. So we focused a lot on trying to identify what's being done elsewhere in those regards. The approach really was for us to begin to understand the ground transportation system at ASE. And that evolved from looking at previous studies that have been done, the master plan that had been recently completed, and interviews with airport staff. We probably, at Jim's chagrin, we spent a fair amount of time on the telephone talking to his staff and understanding some of their issues and objectives and goals and so forth too. And they probably should have been doing other things, but it was very useful for us to gain that understanding about what exists at Aspen today. The two key elements of our work are the two that are in blue on this slide: the literature review, which Shay did primarily, and that was going through any types of reports, case studies, guidelines that we could find in the internet. We use Transportation Research Services that comes through Transportation Research Board as our primary tool for finding things from all over dealing with ground transportation systems at airports. I have to say that one thing we learned through that process was most of the research that's been done is from much, much larger airports from around the world. But we still looked at those, and we thought there's still things in here that are probably applicable to a smaller regional airport. The peer airport research, the second element of this, was directed more specifically at airports that are similar to the Aspen Airport. Similar in one of several ways. It may be similar because of size, maybe similar because of the amount of passengers in plane at the airport. It might be similar because of the characteristics of the type of clientele that they serve. Or it might even have been more the characteristics of the community. Not necessarily the airport itself, but Aspen may be similar to other communities that also have airports. And so we tried to really look at that whole range of airports. And as you'll see in the next slide, we looked around the country at that. And then finally, we took that outcome from the literature review, which we tried to summarize in the report, and also the airport research, which includes in the back of the report summaries of all the interviews we did with each of those airports. And we combined those then into what we identified as possible strategies for consideration here at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. The airport research work, we ended up with the peer airports, we ended up at 12. I think we started the list of 14 or 15, but the first thing we had to do was contact these airports and see if they were even interested in participating with us. We had a few that backed out early in the process because they just felt that they didn't have anything they could offer to us. And quite frankly, we had some that said, well, this is crazy. This is Aspen Airport. We look at Aspen as a model. And what are we going to tell you? So, well, maybe there's something there that you can help us with. But the whole process was to initially identify those airports, and you helped us with that in that first session we had. Then we had to identify contacts at the airports, and we started typically at the airport manager level. Sometimes they deferred us to somebody else. In one case, the director of marketing, in another case, director of engineering or director of planning, those types of individuals. So those were our primary contacts. We then sent them a series of characteristics that's in the back in the appendix in the report of the characteristics that we were able to pull off websites of different places, mostly national level websites, that said why they were being considered as a peer airport. We sent that to them along with this questionnaire that wasn't meant to be a rigid survey form. It was meant to give them a feel for the types of questions we were going to ask them when we did the interview. So once we sent them all of that, we then verified, okay, are you willing to participate in this with us or not? And the 12 that we have were all pretty interested in doing it, and we've actually promised to send them a copy of the report when it's all done and completed. Then we did the interview, which was typically an hour, sometimes an hour and 20 minutes, sometimes a little bit less, depending. And then we had a couple of follow-up interviews sometimes where they said, well, I need to find this report for you. You ought to read this document, and we'll send it to you. And then once we read it, we were able to call them back and ask them questions. And then finally, we did those summary reviews that are in the report and sent it back to them to edit. This is what I heard. Is this what you meant to say? Is this what you were telling us? And they made some final edits, and then we were able to publish them in the report. The other focus airports are 7 airports scattered around the world that are a little bit more challenging to do that level of effort with, for language barriers, similarities, all kinds of things. Even the websites can be challenging to deal with sometimes, but mostly what we did with those was website reviews and looking at documents that they've published and put out. So that's what the airport research was all about. Now, I'd like to go into just some generalized findings of that, and there's a lot more detail in the report, but the literature review is pretty broad. The findings were pretty broad because, again, there's a lot of focus on larger airports because that's mostly federally funded research, and they're going to put their money where the larger airports are. But there's a lot of information in there we found about processes that large airports should use to assess different strategies, excuse me, assess different strategies for improving their ground transportation. In many ways, we think that process, excuse me, is doable for a smaller airport to a certain level. Obviously, you wouldn't go into the level a lot of these steps are that are defined in those research, but so we put that in there. Other stakeholders will always be involved in planning ground transportation at airports. You know, there's the transit agencies or the hotel operators, downtown businesses. There's always a lot of stakeholders involved in transportation at airports. And one thing we heard from all the literature reviews is that they should be engaged early and often in the process. So we thought that was worth noting here. Transit can be efficient, it can be effective at airports, but to be effective, it needs to be efficient and it needs to match the needs of the travelers. And you'll hear a little bit more as we talk about some of what we heard from particularly some of the smaller airports about their relationships with transit agencies and so forth. The access to alternative modes needs to be convenient and comfortable for travelers to make it. Thank you very much. And then finally, a key thing we heard is that baggage handling service is a real key to any seamless travel experience. And you've probably all experienced that. I know you're all world travelers, and you've probably experienced that it's nice to have a very understandable, easy to use, convenient baggage handling experience at the airport. When we got to the airport research itself, these are some of the things we found from those 12 airports that are similar in many regards to Aspen. And you've seen a variety there. I should probably emphasize some of these are mountain resort communities like Aspen. Some of them are golf resort communities like Myrtle Beach. Some of them are just communities. We tackle some California communities in Santa Barbara and Monterey that have a lot of tourism, but they also have a lot of business travel and so forth. Anyway, we found a lot of similarities, and there were some unique things that we tried to point out in the report as well that we learned from them. One, to a T, they all said autos, rental cars, and taxis are the prevalent choice of their users. They recognize that, they admit it, and they tell us while they try to divert people to other ways, they also have to recognize they need to make things convenient for these types of users as well. Most airports, as a result, provide convenient and reasonably priced public parking. The only airports that I would say were not reasonably priced in comparison to the others are the California airports, which for California prices probably are reasonably priced. The parking fees at Santa Barbara and Monterey, for example, are 2.5 to 3 times what we found in most of the other airports. The rental cars are typically provided at convenient locations, both outside the terminal where they have their ready lots and in the terminal where they have their desks. Many airports are improving the quality of taxi service. This is a way of trying to take a little bit of emphasis away from the private car and the use of rental cars by improving the quality of taxi services. And some of the airports we talked to are actually have manuals in place that are guidelines for taxi services that they should meet these. And they relate everything from the quality of the vehicle, the maintenance of those vehicles, the cleanliness of those vehicles, to the type of uniforms that taxi drivers should have to improve that service. Shuttles are accommodated with easy access at almost all the airports, and usually in conjunction with the resort community, the hotels, and so forth that are providing those courtesy shuttles to and from the airport. Bus systems typically, we found, do not provide dedicated service just to the airport. Eagle County, for example, it happens to be very convenient because Eco-Transit is housed right next to the airport. So they have really great convenient service to their airport, running to the resorts and every day. Most of them, though, have to rely on, like you do right now, transit service going by the airport. And you're part of a bigger system. And that's pretty typical. Terminal layout can be a way of easing stress, that whole seamless arrival pattern thing. We found a lot of examples of people placing facilities within the airport terminal. So as you move ahead in modifications to your airport, you might want to consider about the placement of restaurants and information booths and things like that. A lot of airports have put a lot of thought into even the tiling on the floor, the color of the carpeting to direct where people should be moving if they're inbound or outbound, which is fascinating in itself. Ambassadors or greeters are very common at all these airports. Some of them go to the extreme, where they all wear uniforms, and they do more than just answer questions, and more than just direct. They provide information. They help people with luggage, but they are very, very common at most of the airports. The baggage assistance takes many forms. Some places you're on your own. Get it out to the curb, then it's convenient to get it in. Some places have changed their rules recently to allow drivers of shuttles and drivers of taxis to come in and pick up bags into the airport, pick up bags, take them out for their passengers. There's a lot of variety there. Clear and concise information on the ground transportation options is, everybody recognizes the importance of that. You may have transit service out there somewhere or courtesy vans, but if you don't provide convenient, clear direction to how to get to those, people won't tend not to use them. So those are the things in general that we found. And we took a lot of that then and we put that into these tables that are in your report, and it's probably best to follow along with those as opposed to trying to look at the screen here. But I would just like to try to highlight these. These are structured in 2 separate sets. The first set is aimed at that first goal to encourage the use of alternative modes of travel to and from the airport. The second set we'll look at is more dealing with the seamless travel experience at the airport. And we set these up as strategies. I'll focus on those. We tried to identify why it's a strategy and what type of benefits you might achieve from it. But more importantly, then, we set these tables up in groupings of who the responsible parties are likely to be as you move into looking at these strategies. And we begin with those that we think are primarily airport responsibility. Then we'll move into those that are airport with RAFTA or airport with the hotel operators and those sorts of things. So that's how the tables are structured. When you start looking at the strategies, it may not make sense to you in terms of a logical flow, but it's more terms of that responsibility. And then we tried to group them within that. First one, provide clear signage in the terminal and outside to direct people to those ground transportation systems, whether it be the transit stops or the commercial ground transportation. And you do that today. There are signs out there today that get you to the sidewalks and get you to the right places. We think as you know, you're changing the airport, improving the airport, that there's probably ways that could be enhanced. One of the policies could be, and we heard this in a number of places, that they make sure when they put up those directional signs that those signs to transit and the alternative modes of travel get priority over the signs to parking or to the rental cars. It's just by placement. It's not that they're any bigger. It's not that they're any more visible. They're just by placement, they get a little bit higher priority. So that's something to consider if you really want to try to encourage people to use the alternative modes. Developing marketing materials. These are displays, brochures, promotional things about the alternative modes. And I think one of the things that I think is really important here, you've got free service to Aspen and Snowmass Village. And I think emphasizing that in those promotional materials could be very beneficial. The second one relates to that. Well, you do have greeters out there today, those people who are assisting people, and I think if they're educated and trained to help encourage the fact that there are these alternative modes to get to Snowmass and to Aspen. Now, granted, a lot of people arrange rental cars before they get here and that sort of thing, but there's still, I think, those greeters, that's a function that they could serve, is to encourage people to use those alternative modes, and particularly if you're emphasizing that it's a free service. The next one on here then gets to providing that information on home pages. The traveling public today is so connected. They're checking their phones when they're walking down the concourses, and those are great sources of information. I think mobily, as well as when they're planning their trips, one of the things we've suggested here is that the web page, with a little bit of modifications, you could reroute that parking and transportation link so that it goes to a ground transportation page as opposed to a parking page. And right now, you go to a parking page and it has ground transportation on it, so it's kind of a subset of that. And I think by emphasizing a little bit more about the ground transportation systems, it'll get people there quicker and probably a little bit more encouragement to them for that. And then when you get to that, if you ordered your modes by dealing with transit first, and down to your shuttles and taxis, and then finally the rental cars and the private parking, that is just a little bit of a nudge towards encouraging them to use alternative modes. The next one here is a smartphone application that could actually help guide them through the airport. It may not seem that the airport's that big that you could get lost in, but I think people are comfortable with that sort of a device, and that could direct them to where the bus stop is. And you could have information on there that even talks about, it's only 4 minutes away, sort of thing. So I think that's a tool that, with the way things are changing these days, would be a nice little practice to implement. Continue to participate in regional planning efforts. This is something we heard from every airport. We seem to get things done better when there's cooperation in the region. Everybody's talking about this issue, and I know you guys have done a lot of that already with the airport and the master planning process, and all of this is here just to say continue doing that, continue to be involved in regional transportation planning, and because that's going to create those better partnerships with the providers, which is really important. The next one on here was dealing with helping people with the baggage again from the airport to the transit stops. In this case, we suggested free baggage trolleys. We found these in a couple of places. Now, obviously, that might not work well today because of the walkway being completely exposed and different paving materials and that sort of thing. But something to keep in mind as there's facility upgrades. And there's one that shows up a little bit later that's along those same lines that says you ought to be assured that as you talk about those upgrades, make sure that walkway from the terminal to the bus stops is covered to the extent that it can be, and maybe climate control to the extent that it can be. And then that, in conjunction with things like the free baggage trolleys, can be really an effective way to encourage people to make that transition. Bike lockers, explore the feasibility. We heard mixed things about this through the process. There is a little bit of concern about bike lockers in the terminal with the TSA because they're typically outside security. Most airports just have bike racks outside, the pure airports anyway, which is what you have here. We've learned that they tend to be used mostly by employees, which is true at all the airports we talk to, except Santa Barbara, college kids. They travel light, they'll ride their bikes, park them. Now they have lockers, but they have their lockers in a remote parking lot right now, which is kind of interesting. But with further terminal expansion, which they're anticipating, they are planning to put them in the terminal itself. So it's just something to keep in mind as plans for future come along. Consider heated sidewalks between the terminal and the airport bus stops. That could be a short-term improvement without the climate control and the enclosure, just to keep those easy to walk on and easy to maneuver with people in their baggage. The next slide. These now begin to get into things of working with RAFTA and others. The first one is something that I think could be very effective, and that's working with RAFTA to install some real-time bus information within the terminal. This is, again, the way of the future. I mean, it's upon us now. I know with some of the work that RAFTA has done, they put this kind of information in the bus stops. Get one in the terminal. Get something in the terminal that's providing that same kind of information so people know, well, the next bus is coming in 5 minutes, 6 minutes. They know how to get there. There are things like large map digital displays that would be very useful that RAFTA doesn't really have very well right now. They have a lot of different subsystem maps. Nice big map in the terminal would probably be useful to see all the routes that they provide and how people can get from one location to another. Second one, displaying flight information, kind of the reverse. Display information about flight schedules at the transit centers and maybe some key hotel resort centers that could be like transportation hubs for them, so that people have that information. The next one down is and you have this now. You have lighting and security measures at the new transit stops and at the commercial vehicle loop. As those things get modified and maybe expand, I think we need to keep in mind that that's very important to encourage people to want to use those. Continue to protect that transit corridor that's out there in the entrance to Aspen Rod. I think whatever planning goes on at the airport, it is important to keep that in mind, that long term there may be, RAFTA's brand, the BRT is brand new. We need to give it a chance and function and operate and see how we can best use it with the airport. But that long-term vision you've kept out there for maybe fixed guideway, and I think it's important to protect that corridor through the airport planning process. Consider the integration of transit stops, maybe right into any terminal or terminal expansion that might come along through the master plan process. And then the last one on here is to improve that connection from the grade-separated transit tunnel to the terminal, primarily the bike connection. Right now it's mostly a nice walkway, and it's primarily signed as a walkway. People can ride their bikes down the trail and then come through ABC, use the underpass, and they still need to get to the terminal if in fact there is going to be any use from bicycles there. A few more. Again, still dealing with these alternative modes. Support RAFTA in development of the system-wide trip planner. They're in the process of doing some of this right now, and I think if plug some of that maybe into the airport website. So it's not going to two different websites to get pieces of information. It can all be done in one place very, very easily. So that people can plan ahead with their whole trip from home to Aspen to the hotel or wherever they're going. The next one is to support RAFTA development of a system-wide map. We talked about that a little bit earlier, and displaying that in the terminal as well as the airport's website. This next one's a little bit of a challenge. This is supporting RAPTA, and this is where partnerships are really important to build. Support RAPTA and schedule modifications to better accommodate the schedules of employees at the airport. We heard this from employees, that sometimes they're not operating quite early enough, and it's challenging for them. The service, the other thing we've heard is, and it shows up a little bit in the next one down here, but we heard a lot of places said, yes, we have transit service to our airport, but the schedules aren't very conducive to the big banks of flights that we have coming in. They're more aimed for the commuter schedules, and therefore they're not coincidental with when our banks of flights are coming in. Ecotransit does a pretty good job of that, as a good example, I think. But it's something I think working with RAPTA, there should be some enhancement towards seeing if there's flexibility in the schedules, the transit schedules that would accommodate the flights, the biggest flight schedules coming in. BRT has pretty frequent service, again, during those morning and afternoon peaks. Middle of the day, it's still pretty good. I believe it's 15-minute and 30-minute headways, but maybe there's some things to be done there. To make that effective, though, there probably needs to be some accommodation for luggage on some of the buses. I don't think any of the buses have that capability right now. And so maybe there's some encouragement with RAFTA to try some of that. Overnight parking at Park and Ride. You know, if somebody's going to travel and they want to ride the bus to the airport, these Park and Ride facilities are great places to catch the bus to the airport. But right now, they can't park overnight in any of those Park and Ride lots. So it has to be in and out trip. So some consideration for that could probably be useful to encourage more people to do that. And that's pretty successful certainly in big, like Denver, it's very successful. Shay was just telling me on the way up here today that that's what he does all the time. He goes to one of the RTD Park and Ride lots and rides the bus to the airport, and it's very convenient and a lot less costly too. And then finally, consider some extension with RAPTA and this is mostly a RAPTA Aspen thing, as we say here, but maybe consider some of the city routes don't quite make it to the airport. They get pretty close, but they don't quite make it to the airport. Maybe some consideration of those local routes, traveling just a little bit farther down the valley to access the airport could be useful. So I think some encouragement to them to think about that. And then the last slide here is dealing with this seamless travel experience. Again, a lot of this has to do with baggage assistance. There's a lot of things going on out there in the industry. I think before you do anything seriously in this area, there's a little bit more local analysis and research that should be done. One, I think a little bit more research into what's available from these other places. We ran up against the wall in some of them. We found places where they had, for example, remote check-in, and they've stopped it. And usually, from what we could learn, it happened because the costs were being put on the airlines to do that. And so they quit the services. But I think there's probably more data out there, and I think a little bit more research on that would be very useful to determine these baggage and check-in services between hotels and resorts and the airport would be useful. One thing that the airport can definitely do is in the airport customer survey that's planned for 2015, put some specific questions in about that to see if people would be willing to use different baggage services at the airport or from their hotels to the airports. One of the things we did learn, a lot of people are hesitant to leave their baggage at the hotel and trust that it's going to get to the airport, or vice versa, leave it at the airport, trust it's going to get to the hotel. So they tend not to use those services. But then there are very successful situations like we documented. Of course, the Disney is the classic, the ultimate. But other places, Las Vegas has had services like that, and a few other big convention centers can do those sorts of things. And you actually have a service here called Bags that is available to people. They may not know about it very well, but that will pick up bags and get them to the hotel for people. it requires some prearranging and that sort of thing. But services are out there. I think there's more research that could be done. I think using that airport customer service survey would be great. The baggage assistance services that you have now, it's just constantly looking at ways to expand and improve that, I think, is important for those arriving passengers. Make it easier for them to get their bags and get them out to whatever transportation they're using. This next one on here, I think, is something the airport can't drive, but the airport can participate in. And that's encouraging some sort of a forum of all the users. And we've listed out here the airport, RAPTA, the hotels, resorts, the airlines themselves, the ski company, City of Aspen, just having a regular forum where they can get together and talk about ground transportation needs and opportunities can go a long, long ways. And this happens down in Myrtle Beach in a big way. And those guys attribute it to the basis for a lot of success with what they've been able to do in terms of some of the transportation modes. Because people are talking regularly and everybody understands the kind of the issues from the airport perspective, from the city perspective, from the hotel operator perspective. So we think that that's something that could be very useful, and particularly when we're talking about these integrated baggage handling systems. And then finally is just continue to work with the airlines, and this is underway to some level at the airport already about some issues that make baggage check-in easier. Home baggage tagging, where the airline sends you electronic tag that you fill in the information, you put it on your bags. When you get to the airport, you just can drop it off, and it gets sent through to security and on to the airports. So it's kind of a self-service baggage drop kind of operation. And also real-time baggage tracking capabilities are now available for people through that. So to get rid of some of that concern about, oh, I've lost sight of my bag, what's happened to it? If they can track it on their phone through this system, that can release a lot of that stress. So those are some ideas that we came up with through this. I think most of these are doable. They obviously, a lot of them deal with, they may not be timely right now, but I think they're things as the airport is considering to move ahead with redevelopment and enhancement, like some of those things that deal with maybe terminal modifications or expansions that would allow internal connections to the transit stop, those kinds of things. We wanted to put them out there. They may not be implementable at this point in time, but something to keep in the back of the mind as the airport moves ahead. So with that, as Jim had outlined in the item summary for you guys, there were kind of three things we wanted to focus on from you. First, I'd like to answer any questions about the process or anything we heard or learned or anything that you read in the report that didn't make sense to you. But the big questions are there other strategies that you think ought to be included in this list of strategies? And then two and three on this list here are there priorities? Are there things in here that you think should be high priorities for the airport, or those that you think ought to be low priorities? Some of them we've already talked about are low priorities because of the timing and scheduling. But that's the kind of feedback we'd like today, so we can, I think, open it up for questions and discussion.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for a really very thorough report and looking far and wide at this issue. I kind of divide the recommendations into the physical versus the process.
Okay.
And so physical are things designing the new airport terminal, the signage, the carpeting, the things that make it flow right. And then I think of those as being priorities in the design and building of that airport, or even to the extent we retrofit a little bit now,
Right.
is good. The things that are going to be the most effective are process. The two work together very much. So I really think creating the forum on how to continue to improve, how to adapt to new changes in the airline industry, technology, things like that, that would be a way to keep the improvements going and move them forward. And I think that that's the type of forum you need to then work to vigorously get the pro-mass transit message into the ACRA and the ACRA's advanced materials that are sent to people before they've arrived, when they're even just thinking about the vacation and things like that. But that messaging is very important, and how, and the placement, and I know every square inch of the materials they send out is prime territory for them for one purpose or another. So it would have to come through a form. It would have to, and find that consistency of message that everyone could rally around. I think that it's important to think of this in terms of the repeat customer. You know, you might not get someone on their first time, you know, but then when they see how easy the transportation system is, as if it's self-apparent, they'll think next time. I mean, you almost could see an ad where it's save $400 on your next trip to Aspen. You don't need a rental car, you know, things like that, you know. But that's a delicate message, because we have vendors at the airport, and how do you get that out? But I think we really should think in terms of the repeat customer so much. It's great for the first timer who can say, oh wow, I was able to get to my house without, you know, renting a cab or something like that. But we've always had a, you know, 65-70% return visitor ratio in this community, and so that's where I think there's a lot of gains to be made, you know, with, well, let's try it that way this time, you know. And then the other is this overnight parking. I think that really trying to look at how to do that. I don't know what the constraints are on the Brush Creek lot. People don't like to park overnight unless they feel it's secure as a facility. You'd probably have to charge something so that you can cover the cost. Right. But I would be the first to say I've ridden the bus into DIA from Boulder, and it is smooth. You know, you are right there at the door, and they have a bus set up for baggage underneath, and the driver's always like, no, I can't take tips, but I give a tip, and you know, it works really well. And then you know, I know other people who have left their car overnight in those lots when they're gone, who'd be gone for 5 or 7 days or something like that, and take the bus in. And we just don't have any facility where you really could do that, even, you know, or a rate that makes it attractive. You know, it always has to be an incentive-based rate plan. If it's going to be as expensive as, you know, taking your cab, you know, people do different things, or as expensive as an in-town parking garage. The last is just that I think of how do you create incentives for the people who have used that transit. You know, maybe you could, once you had your system set up, it's clearly the airport shuttle service, they get a punch and they get their card in a raffle. You know, maybe there's a raffle at the end of the year, and, you know, ride transit to, you know, to get into the raffle for the free trip to Puerto Vallarta or whatever it's going to be, or back to Aspen next year, or, you know, I just think that you need to create something that makes the person feel rewarded for using the transit above and beyond the convenience factor. And so, you know, maybe through that form you can start people who offer a free glass of wine coupon or this or that, you know, and everyone has a certain limit of how much they throw in the pot. But through that form, I think you probably could find some good incentives.
I just wanted to say your comment about the repeat customer was right on. And in a conversation with the airport manager in Sun Valley, he made that very specific comment. He said that oftentimes people come on their first trip and will rent a car. By the time they come the second time, they realize that the transit service in town is pretty darn good, and they don't need a rental car. Yeah. Balancing that, of course, with revenues that rental cars bring to airports, which can be very, very significant as well.
I mean, the other last comment on this is that setting up a system for measuring success is going to be challenging, but we need to say, okay, this is our baseline today, and this is the mode split we've been able to accomplish over 5 years. And when you look at the entrance to Aspen or the BRT or any of those transportation plans, it's actually fairly small mode splits. When you look at growth and projections of traffic numbers, it's like, well, if we can capture 20% on BRT, it doesn't have to be 100%, it doesn't have to be 50%. And I noticed in there that 15% seemed to be about the highest margin of mass transit use at airports, and wasn't in a U.S. airport, or at least on average. But, you know, if we need to start with a baseline so that if we go from 10% to 15%, it's a 50% improvement, you know, I mean, and so we need to do that so we can measure this and measure the individual programs we implement. But I'd also like us to see it take a step further to say, okay, what would that successful mode split equal or mean in terms of how many parking spaces we need to develop in the future? I mean, that's a big part of this, is weighing the cost per parking space versus the cost perhaps of an ongoing transit program, or even just the land and the physical constraints of the airport. And so at some point we need to take what would doing all these and doing them successful and getting to a certain point mean in terms of how we design the airport facility itself. Thanks.
Steve?
As I was reading the report, it's so well written, I couldn't really find anything wrong with any part of it. And I kept thinking it would ring bells in my memory of travel experiences I've had. Things like at the Newark airport having to take a bus to get to the train, but they had it, the directions were very well displayed, how to get to the local train.
Yeah.
So it was really easy. You knew exactly which bus to catch and where to catch it and how to get there. So those kind of directions are important. I think of the time that we rode our bicycles into Heathrow Airport in London, because we were taking them on the plane with us. And we actually rode our bikes right up, wheeled them right in the front door of Heathrow Airport, and they took very good care of them. It was an amazing experience on a bicycle. So there is a place for bicycles for sure. I had a question about bike lockers, and I presume there's some kind of an enclosed thing where nobody can vandalize them or steal them.
Yes.
And then TSA would be concerned because somebody might put something besides
That's the
a bike with a bomb loaded on it in there. So is that the concern on the bike lockers?
Yeah.
Being right at the terminal?
And you may have noticed that it wasn't that many years ago where most airports had lockers that you could stow your gear both on pre and post security positions, and those have virtually gone away. And you may recall post 9/11, we couldn't even park cars within 300 feet of the terminal building. So anything that allows an opportunity for somebody to do something evil is always at the forefront of how we think about airports and how they operate today. So, I think in Santa Barbara's case, it'll be interesting to see how they work through that, if indeed they are able to move some of those bike lockers closer to the facility itself. I think you could do it post 300 feet or so, or at least do a bomb analysis on that. I mean, there are other ways to solve the problem. You can put them in reinforced concrete bunkers and drive the cost up a lot, but you can make certain spaces relatively, explosion proof.
Mm-hmm. Another question, are the results of our study being shared with the airports that participated in?
Yes,
The
we
questionnaire?
will. We have not, what we've done so far is we've sent them back the summaries of our interviews with them. We've not shared the report at all with them yet, but with Jim's clearance, I've volunteered to all of them, if they participated, we would share the results. So that they could all benefit from it, and they were all very appreciative of that.
Yeah, I
So,
thought
we
that
haven't
would
sent it out yet.
be a nice thank you
Yeah.
to them for
Yeah,
participating, because, just when I looked at your questionnaire, it was very lengthy, the things to stimulate their thinking. Not that they had to answer all the questions on it, but
We tried to be very careful to warn them that we weren't going to follow it to a T, and they were going to have to answer all those questions, but I have to say that the questionnaire may have scared one or two of them. Just because of the length of time they thought they might have to spend.
So a lot of my thinking for the local things have to do with RAFTA connections and where you can leave your car. So if I were going to the airport, I would prefer to leave my car at the Old Snowmass Park and Ride and be allowed to leave it there for 2 weeks. Now that park and ride has spaces available. It's not that heavily used. Other RAFTA parking lots are full every day just from commuters, and those would not be available for a long-term parking for somebody going on a plane. But I definitely would like to see that pursued as a way that how to make it possible for people to get to the airport on raft the most convenient way and have their room to accommodate their luggage. And I think for the tourist traffic, looking into a dedicated bus service to the airport to meet planes and to drop off people for the planes should be considered as an option. Something where the bus would pull right in front of the terminal instead of having them over on Highway 82 and have to go. And that would be just, it probably would only run during like the heavy peak times when there's a lot of flights departing or arriving in a close time. We probably couldn't justify it economically unless people pre-arranged to have the bus or an expanded hotel van system that maybe would serve a variety of hotels, not just one hotel.
I think, Steve, your point's really well taken. But I believe that you need to look at the existing ground transportation network that's been created by those hotels as a mass transit opportunity and option for folks today. But I do believe there's some opportunities to talk with those hotels and their system and see if there's ways to wring some more efficiency out of it and make it a little bit more limited number of vans, so you don't necessarily have to have every facility have their van parked in front of the airport to accomplish the seamless travel that Bob spoke to. So I think there's some ways to kind of enhance the existing system. But I also believe it's important to keep our eyes on the fact that those vans are indeed a mass transit program that work for our users and visitors and work quite well. So your point well taken. The bus system, there may come a point when we can do that really well. I would second the comment that the airport director in Sun Valley shared. I think it already happens today where a lot of folks come here the first time, they rent a car, and then they don't the follow-up times. And I also believe that we all have come sensitized to rental cars we see around the community. And one point that I think is really valid to keep in front of us is that a lot of those rental cars are coming from other airports outside of our community. And the better that we can make our air service, there's a positive synergy that's created through that air service enhancements that mean that the hotels are more efficient. We may get to a point where the volume makes sense for a different mode of transportation that gives us where we want to be, where we're not necessarily increasing the number of people coming to the valley, but how they access our valley does shift. And I think that's one of our targets that we've got to keep in front of us as well.
Just two more points, kind of anecdotal. One, you mentioned RAFTA buses to meet the employee schedules, and I was talking to Larry Paleo, and this problem was not catching the bus at the airport, but it was on the other end in Carbondale, and he actually traded the last flight, like the 8 o'clock flight or something. If he was there to work that flight, then he'd end up in Carbondale and have to walk clear into town from out by the highway in order to get to where his car was parked. So the problem wasn't at the airport end, but at the other end for the employee to use the RAFTA service. And I thought that was interesting.
The local connections.
And back to my experience, there have been, I don't know how many times I've tried to check in luggage at an airport in the morning for a flight that was later that day, and the airlines will not take luggage earlier than 4 hours before a flight. And the way I travel, we try to drop the luggage off. You check out of your hotel, you try to drop your luggage off because your flight's not till that evening, and you can't do it. And then what do you do with that luggage all day long? And I don't know if that's ever a problem in Aspen, but in planning new terminal or terminal expansion or whatever, if there's enough place to store enough luggage for later flights in the day, that could really help some people. And I know right now, they probably don't want it because they don't have room to store it.
Right.
There's no room today.
Yeah.
We're going to go over on this a little bit, but I think we've got some extra time in our next agenda item. George, your comments?
A great report. I think this is one more piece of the puzzle for me as we drill down into the airport master plan that we approved a couple of years ago. So now we have the master plan, we've got the design study, now we have the transportation study. The last little bit of the puzzle will be when we get the completion of the air industry study. And then it'll be really interesting as we're able to integrate all these studies to look at timing and opportunities as we look at a future airport terminal expansion. So, good job.
Thank you.
Some comments that I had. First and foremost, I'd like to say great report and follow up with how crucial I think this report is, because I think the airport experience specifically around this aspect is crucial for our tourism repeat clientele. The experience that they have coming in and out is talked about. I'm a guy that's in front of customers all the time, and they talk about the airport experience more than they talk about a lot of things. So having a seamless experience, I think, is very valuable. Just to quickly touch on some of the things that I think are crucial in some strategies moving forward, relating on some individual experiences. One is in terms of various options of transportation for the customer coming to and from the airport. I think having that information in a comparative place is essential. I know when you're waiting in line and having the proper information. When you're a customer getting off at the airport and you want to get into Aspen, there are so many unknowns. How much does it cost to take a taxi to the Little Mill? How much does the bus cost when is the bus going to travel there? And having that information comparative. In New York City, when you get in line for the taxi, they give you a brochure. This is how much Midtown should cost, and it's metered, so this is the range. This is how much this, going to this area should cost. You get off the airport here, you're immediately approached by a limousine driver that says, oh, I can take you wherever you want to go. A taxi driver that says, oh, I can take you wherever you want to go. And I sometimes take the taxi to the airport, and I know it's $19 from my house on their meter. And then the limo driver says, well, it's $25 to get back to your house. And I go, wait a second, it was $19 for this person, and I'm kind of negotiating between the two of them to whether I get in the taxi or the limo driver, and the limo driver is, another taxi service basically from out there. And, the bus, I don't know, well, how much does that cost and that sort of thing, and then how much is the parking, so someone could really make an informative decision on those things, I think is essential. One thing that I didn't see mentioned in here, which I think would be an interesting thing to at least include, would be some sort of, Denver's obviously a much bigger airport, but with the parking lots, transportations, the hotels, and that sort of thing, there are all these shuttle services. I mean, what if there was one of those 8-passenger golf carts that could get people around, to the public transportation, the bus, to the long-term parking lot, to various areas to make it convenient for someone who's carrying 2 or 3 bags. And I don't think there was any kind of analysis in this as to how that would work with our airport, or at least as an option down in the future. I think I'm adding on to Rachel's comments on this, that I think it's crucial to have those forums, and I'm going to make it plural, one with the Aspen area stakeholders, hotels, transportation services, and 2 with the comparative airports. I think we should be I think it's important that, I'm proud to say, I'm glad to hear that we were told by the other airports that we're the standard. And I think we need to continue being the standard, but I think we could be a leader in getting those other airports involved in, a sharing of best practices, quarterly as to, what have you guys heard about transportation? What have you got, what's going on? And if it's a quick conversation or phone conference with the airport managers, to keep it on the forefront and have a tied-in alliance with, 6 to 12 airports that are willing to participate for a couple hours each quarter. I think that would be a very valuable piece of information. I think a better definition of all the elements of baggage handling, I think that expression is used a lot, and I think to really get a synopsis on what that means, because there are various aspects that can be frustrating for a clientele. One is how the airline handles the baggage, 2, how the services at the airport handle the baggage, 3, how they have to handle their own baggage from various places to places, but really understanding the different aspects of what exactly baggage handling means. Technology practices was the next thing that I had on my list, which is one with RAFTAs, and you've got it in here, but I think it's crucial, having a real-time aspect with RAFTA. I think the most frustrating thing with anybody using a bus service is, I'm going to walk to the bus station and I'm going to wait an hour for a bus. You don't know. You have no idea. As well as information and maybe a direct link with that information as the technology grows. I know with the BRT, they were talking about putting in a RAFTA app that tells you exactly where the buses are and those sorts of things. Having those connections and upgrading our website. Our website right now just has parking information on it under parking and transportation. There actually isn't any transportation information on that page. The only thing on that page is the parking information, as far as I could see just now. The last aspect that I would just throw in there, because I've traveled there quite a bit, is, and I don't know if they're one that opted out of this study, but Nantucket. Nantucket, I think, is a tremendously unique comparison to Aspen. One, in the sense that Aspen is an island, in a lot of senses in terms of its travelers and visitors, and so is Nantucket. Its proximity to various other airports, or if you were going to go to another airport or another way of getting in and out of this valley, is very similar to Nantucket. Their seasonality is very similar to us, and those sorts of things. Their transportation system, they have a tremendously good bus transportation system. They use some fabulous best practices. They do have an app where you can see exactly where each bus is, on their route, and track that dot that's moving around with 15 minutes to the next stop or 10 minutes to the next stop, which I find tremendously useful. So I think Nantucket would be a very good comparison to our area, and I think that was the extent of my comments. So, but a fabulous study, and I think it's important that we stay on the forefront of this for the customer service aspect of things. Any additional comments by commissioners or questions?
I had some
Yeah.
really briefly, just because everyone's ideas are so good. I really could see working with CDOT on those park and ride lots, as Steve said, the ones that aren't over capacity now, or even if it's just Brush Creek, and that's as close as we can get because we have more capacity there. But to have an overnight placard, perhaps once you've had your airline tickets verified, you can be coordinated in such a way that you can get mailed an overnight placard like you'd have in a hotel and be able to leave it on your front dash. And then, they'd know it's not just an overnight parking experience, it's someone with legitimate tickets to a certain time period, and that would be issued at the same time. The form, absolutely, if we could coordinate more with these shuttle services, so they're not shuttles with one person in them. They work as mass transit when they have more than one person or more than one party in them. When not, they're almost, not quite there. But the last was, advertising with ground transportation at other airports, or is there a way to make using ground transportation more convenient? I think no matter what, or until a different period in time, a lot of people will use Eagle Airport. And they've either had a bad experience with our airlines and weather or something. I know any number of visitors, and they're, oh no, I'm taking the shuttle down to Eagle, or oh no, I'm taking the shuttle over to so-and-so. That's just how I do it anymore, and they've reached that point, just weather experiences or airline experiences or something. And so no matter how much of the market share we catch eventually coming directly in here, people will use other airports just because of schedules and whatever. So working there is important as well.
Yeah, just a quick follow-on. The survey use that we see for, at least on mountain data that the ski company collects, the Eagle Airport has been a declining market share consistently. So that's happened over time. The dominant in that issue is the Denver International Airport. That is the largest single non-user of our local airport that's out there. And I think that's where a lot of those rental cars come from. There may be some synergy and dynamics that we can help follow up with.
The ground transportation
through
more
the ground
there.
transportation. As I mentioned, obviously, we're in the airport business. That's one of my responsibilities. So, if we can get them to fly through our airport, that gives them a head start already. So I'll put in a plug for that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Next on our agenda today is GR Fielding with an update on the ABC parking. This is a agenda item. I'm never going to get around that one. Is an agenda item.
Yeah, restaurants on your mind.
Always. Is a agenda item that we asked him to bring back a little more information on the work that's been going on out there and how it related to the availability of street parking and other parking. I think he has some maps for us that he was going to show.
Right, I do. I'm just going to pull up Google Earth here for a moment. Thanks for the introduction, Rob. I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer. Over the last, almost 6 years now, we've been going through either public process or actually constructing what we've discovered through public process, revolving around the Aspen Airport Business Center. And last summer, we constructed a majority of our project in the AABC. And through the design process, we had a lot of discussion with balancing pedestrian amenities, ensuring that we don't cut down too many trees during the project, and additional parking. One of the harder balances that we had was really juggling those three things. Our concern in design was the wider that we made the road template, the more trees and green space that we'd get into through construction. We designed a system with that in mind, and one of the things that we discovered last summer when we were building is there's a few opportunities that we could take to actually widen things out and not get into too much more green space because of the design of the old road with the rural style ditches, and that we could build into those ditches and still not get into the green spaces. We took the opportunity to do that through the commercial section of the 400 road, and that's really what our conversation will revolve around today. We've got an area that goes from, for those that are familiar with ABC, that go from really here near, at the bottom of the screen here, we have the Louis Swiss Bakery. And coming up, we've got the dance studio. We've got some mixed-use building here. We have King Yoga operates out of this building. We have John Gunther's garage here. And through this area, we took that opportunity and widened out the road some with the idea that we're going to end up needing that space in the near future. we didn't design it necessarily around additional parking. But as the numbers work out, we are plus or minus a foot from having availability of 10 or 11 parking places that we can supply as parallel parking without really adversely affecting the engineering of the road and how that works. Once we started, the Sheriff's Office started with enforcing parking, we really focused our efforts on the 300 road. And the 300 road is this middle road right here. And I think it was about 3 weeks that they had tagged cars, letting them know that they were illegally parked. And once their deadline of tagging was over, they'd only ended up ticketing one car. And any given day that you drive through there, cars are parked on one side. We have a full road template and area for pedestrians that'll be striped here very soon. It's been hugely successful. Our next step was to go ahead and sign this commercial section of the ABC, which initially was to be really no additional parking added. Once we did that, we had heard from probably about a half dozen different business owners back there, and they expressed their frustration on how that practice would inhibit some of their business practices. So we relayed that to the board a few weeks ago. Board asked us to come back for a work session just revolving around that. So really we have a decision to make that is a little bit of community character and a management issue. We've taken a look at the engineering, and in all honesty, it doesn't pose any issue other than ordering a few new signs.
George?
Thanks, GR. I took the opportunity to drive through there yesterday on the 300 and the 400 road just to take a look at the situation. And it looked like the 300 road was a bit wider than the 400 road. Mm-hmm. And so right off the bat, it seemed like to allow parking on one side on the 300 road should not be a problem. And even driving on the 400 road, it seemed like there was an opportunity to allow parking just on one side, would be on the south side probably, one side to allow parking. So it's sort of a comment but questions in terms of the width of the different roads and the opportunities to just designate the south side of the roads as parking availability and the north side keep free from parking.
That's right. I think what our opportunity there is to have one side of the road as parallel parking on the 400 road. The difference between the two roads, really the 300 road was designed to have two full-width drive lanes, full-width parallel parking, and a pedestrian walkway. And so that's what that extra width is. The pedestrian walkway hasn't been striped yet. We're waiting to get all of our signing in before we come back and do the striping. So I anticipate that's going to happen within a few weeks. But that's the difference in the width that you see. And that's also on the 400 road. Your observation's right. If we had it just on the one side, we have an opportunity for that from about just past the dance progressions. If you're driving to the back of the 400 road. All the way down to right where John Gunther's garage is.
Additional questions? Alicia?
GR, how closely does the potential for the 10 parking spaces mirror the comments and desires of the business owners that you talk to in that area?
If we could get 15, I think that it would be better, but that's just not what we have as far as physical space. We had a couple of differences of opinions of how much people actually park on the road there. I know for things like the yoga studio, some people think they use 2. I think that they probably can use 4 or 5 spots for the times that they have classes. I think that 10, 11 spaces is going a very long way into alleviating any of those pressures, though.
And is it the number of driveways to access the buildings that, I mean, was there any way to get closer to a 15 number? I just don't.
Right. At this time, no. There isn't. We have a number of driveway cuts through there on both sides of the road, and that actually is one of the limiting factors. And the other is that we only have so much real estate back there. Parallel parking spot. I'm saying 10 to 11. You could probably get more in. I'm using a 22-foot long parking stall, and as I've learned a lot through being in the ABC a lot in the last 2 years, is that people can fit into tighter parking spaces if they're looking to get someplace. So
you're not saying that they would be striped as 10 spaces, it's more that would be the parking zone, and if it had a good number of Priuses and Volkswagen Bugs, it might actually hold more cars than just the 10 or 11.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're not going to mark them individually, it's not like there's going to be a meter on each one or anything?
No,
so.
no.
And then, is there any real estate that we do have such that if we increase the project a little by, buying some more asphalt, that we could do angle or parallel park? Is there anything that gets head-in parking that would allow you to get more spaces, or is there any other, a few feet here, a few feet there that would increase that?
We have near John Gunther's garage, there's 2 areas that we've already implemented parallel parking that's not included in this, and that is right here across from Columbine Moving and Storage, where these cars are parallel parked here in the picture. Mm-hmm. We've expanded that already, and we actually widened the road there. As far as widening the road again through this section, it's not something that staff would recommend, as we've already built out for our drainage features, and we'd also get into a lot more of the existing landscaping that's there.
And I noticed in your memo you mentioned that we could go forward with this, price of the signs, so on, and then we could readjust again in the future after we see how many cars are on average using that land. Maybe it's 12, 13, maybe it's 10, depending on whether people park their flatbed trucks there and take up all the space at once.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we've done on the 300 road that's going to apply here as well, that has really helped everyone in the management of this, is signing this for no overnight parking. And what it does is it clears out that road every night, and it allows those spaces to be used on that first come first served basis. As the board heard in their last presentation about ground transportation and the parking pressures that are associated, that was one of the fears that we had for the ABC, that it would become an impromptu parking lot for the airport, and what we've noticed is that it hasn't, because of the management techniques that we've used. And I think that applying that to the 400 road as well will be smart, and I think it can work there as well.
Question regarding that. I mean, was there any thought or consideration putting into any other restrictions other than no overnight? I mean, an hour limitation. I know enforcement is very problematic. But the question that I would raise is, how are these parking spaces shared between the number of visitors and number of users, the number of businesses out there, as opposed to one or two monopolizing a good deal of these spaces, which really doesn't help the purpose of all the businesses benefiting from this.
Well, in my conversations with several of the deputies that have been doing the enforcement, they like the overnight and not the 2-hour limitation or what have you, because then enforcement goes to a whole nother level. It's a whole nother game, really, to play when you get to that level. So far, we've been very successful on the 300 road with the no overnight. I think that it can work here on the 400 road as well, with the level of enforcement that both the sheriff's office is comfortable with. The other issue that we have is just making sure that people are neighborly. It's a community issue, and it's something that they have to deal with within their own community in a lot of ways. You know, going back to the planning process and going through the WOMP and everything else, we saw a pretty wide array of ideas as far as how parking should work in the ABC, and I think that really what we have is a balance between how we can operate and manage that with no overnight, and what the people that work and live there want to see. And I think that this actually goes in that direction.
Steve?
We have two members of the public who are present who are really familiar with the situation there, and I wondered if we could ask if they have any questions or comments on this.
Yeah, I'd like to open this up to a little public comment, but not real lengthy if there is anybody that'd like to sit. Just state your name
John
and
Gunther.
who your connection is with out there, John. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. I've been fairly involved in this process with GR and I think the observations I have, two things. One, on the 400 block, I believe that where the road widens by Pacific Sheet Metal there, that they can put another 4 or 5 spaces in, especially when the dance progression people are there. I also have suggested to them that they put a tabletop speed bump along that way, in that corner, for the dance progression, because there's kids coming across there a lot, and people come around that corner, and even at 20 miles an hour, it's, like, you know, and I'm not quite sure what's the problem, you know, if there's a problem with doing that. But I do believe that the road widens right around Pacific Sheet Metal there, so I think that to bring up to the 15 car thing that GR was speaking about. And down in front of my shop, where one of the things that I was worried about by not having the parking was that then the pressure of people putting unattended cars down there. And one of the reasons that road's wide is when Allied Van Lines comes in with their big trucks to Columbine, they need to be able to swing the trucks in, which means we're there to go out and move any cars that are parked there. But if the parking doesn't exist further up the street for the other businesses, like the yoga people and other people dropping their cars off, then they would tend to put them down there, and of course, it would be a problem. So I'm happy to hear that GR's, that it's being reconsidered about the parking along there, and like I said, I think it can go into that curve there. My only other comment on this was that I've always felt that the bikeway is on the wrong side of the road. And I say that because the businesses on the highway side of the road, first off, there's a lot more entryways there, and those types of businesses have much more traffic coming in and out of them than the businesses on the south side, where there's much longer stretches of continuous parking for people. I think I counted that we lost about 10 parking spots by making that decision. I still don't understand why they decided to put the bike path on the riverside, because, like I say, most of the businesses along that side of the street are businesses that don't have high traffic at all. In fact, probably the highest one would be the Aspen Branch Floral business. Almost every other business just doesn't have the traffic, but on the other side, we have Sherman-Williams, we've got the Overmar, we've got the ski company, so on and so forth. So I never quite understood why the bike path was on that side. And I'm totally for no overnight parking and one side of the street parking, and so I think that sums up my comments. Thanks.
Just for reference, what are we talking the south side of the road? Because this is south.
Right. Well, when you start on the 400 road, it's south down here.
It turns, okay.
Yeah, so right where it turns.
So
So
south-
being on the
south
south side
is-
to the east side.
Is
The
towards Red
Riverside or
Mountain.
highway side, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. Highway side, non-highway side.
Riverside, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. Anybody else? John?
Sure.
McBride?
First of all, let me say, we appreciate the job that GR did and the contractor. They did a good job with the project.
And I second that.
The only thing I object to, sometimes they leave these rocks sitting up, and I wish they'd get them sit in the ground so they look like they've been there for a long time. But generally speaking, they did a good job, and they were very cooperative with the businesses there. We manage 8 buildings there, and so it's been nice for us. With regards to what you're doing, I should remind you that a previous board 40 years ago endorsed the protective covenants for the business center as a deed restriction on all the sites out there, including John's and many other people. And they call for something a little bit more rigid than what you're working with. Of course, they started when we actually had more traffic in some ways than we do now. I mean, we used to have garbage truck garages, and now we have dance studios. It's a different kind of traffic, and there's a need for bike paths, which is great, and there are many more pedestrians than there used to be, because it evolved into sort of a more diverse little community. Anyway, the covenants call for several things. One is that in the county right-of-way, outside the pavement, the owner or lessees are responsible for the landscaping of that land with grass and plantings approved by the declarant. And secondly, there's to be no storage of vehicles or equipment on the county roads. That's in the covenants. And storage that's on site has to be screened or covered. So it's a bit more rigid than what you're dealing with. We don't have the legal clout that you do. You own the roads, and you can modify things for a business here and there. But I would encourage you not to do too much modification for the benefit of one business, because others are going to want to do the same thing. Parking's always been constrained on John's site. I know that. I wish he'd buy the substation and turn that into a parking lot. But I think it's a little bit dangerous to say, okay, we got a lot of cars here that people haven't picked up. Let's expand parking on the road down by Felix's or something of that sort. The roads have gotten very nice. The trees are large. The middle road being a pedestrian road is terrific. And so I hope that you try to retain the character we were trying to create in the first place. Be careful we don't just allow more and more parking, because it will be an invitation for the airport too. Because if they ever build that underground garage, they're going to get charged $30, $40 a day. And a lot of people are going to try to beat the system by going through the tunnel and parking in the BOCC, which is going to be an enforcement problem.
Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Fleming Train. I work at Mountain Temp Services, and thanks a lot, GR. I think that your recommendations are exactly what we were looking for, as far as doing parking along one side, just enough to allow the businesses there to, the patrons of businesses to be able to come in and out. And so I think that's exactly what I communicated to GR earlier, and we are definitely in favor of that.
Rachel?
Yeah, sure. A couple things. I could see looking to putting in a speed bump or traffic calming table somewhere on that road. I am familiar with the business center from years working out there as well. Something that strikes me, and I don't know what or how we can be involved in it, but when you look at the Google map, and if you were comparing that to, say, a Google map of downtown Aspen, there are so many private parking spaces and availability of private parking spaces here versus within the city. It's amazing. And you touched on it briefly, to call it a community issue. And I think that some of the businesses there could get more involved with managing their own daily use of their own lots to make some customer space available. It just has evolved over time where everyone parks 8-9 hours a day for their workday, and then the customers are the ones who park out on street side if there is any parking available. And I know no one wants to get into a concept such as paid parking, which the city had to do, but it did lead to tremendously greater utilization of both mass transit and the space as well. But, you know, there's just a lot of surface parking out there. If you were to count it, I bet it would almost be more than the city, or pretty close on a relative size. And I'm just not sure that private parking is as well managed or used as it could be. And that is up to the individual business owner. But, you know, maybe that's a bigger thought of how do we get them more involved in doing that. And then the last, I would like to ask you, GR, about the Pacific sheet metal curve. Are there any, or that zone, are there any plans for that there? Would it be unsafe to add any parking places there?
I'm not as big of a fan of going that far back on the 400 road. One, because of the curve of the road that's there. Two, is the road does start to widen out, but we really don't get to that critical width that we want for a full width parking place until we get past. The road here is about 28 feet, but as soon as we get up here, we get to about 31, and that 31 is the number that we're really looking for. Just briefly on your comments, Rachel, one of the things that we found on the 300 road is it actually works as a great transportation demand modeling type of thing. When we have X number of spaces, that's what gets parked in. And in a lot of conversations with friends of mine that work for a ski company, they've changed their habits of how they go to work. People that might drive a couple days a week, take the bus a couple days a week, actually take the bus more frequently now because
of limited parking.
Right.
Cool.
George?
Two things. I agree with John McBride's comments, and I think I talked about this when we looked at the planning originally, that I felt that this area should have this campus feeling, and that's why we wanted to institute bike lanes and pedestrian pathways. And I think we wanted to maintain that character out there. My question is, from John Gunther's question, is, and I can't remember why we designated one side of the road on 400 versus the other side for that bike lane.
On the 300 road, our consulting engineer went through a number of different traffic engineering recommendations, and one was to put the pedestrian way on the east side of the 300 road, and it had to do with a handful of different things, but really the number of driveway cuts, the amount of traffic that they were seeing, I don't think that there was that big of a difference. There's a couple space plus or minus depending on which side of the road. The other thing that we have to remember is we probably went through 4 or 5 different iterations of design of the 300 road, from something that was very wide with diagonal parking on one side and parallel parking and a pedestrian way, and we started to narrow that down, and this is just where we landed. I can go back and look at our traffic report and pull up the verbiage that they had, but I know it came down to the types and number of driveway cuts that we had onto the road.
Steve?
Yeah, I was going to say, just looking at the aerial and not knowing what businesses in different places, different parking areas have 2 access points to them, and I think all those should be looked at. Maybe some of the access points could be eliminated, and if you do that, you get a longer stretch where more cars could be fit in there. If the people using the parking area are all employees of that business, then they would be familiar with what they have to do to get in and out, since it would be a little bit harder to get in and out of those parking lots, certainly, but if it was all employees or well-marked places for public going in there, that would be manageable.
I've been the county engineer for about 7.5 years now. And one of the requirements for redevelopment within the ABC is that you take a look at the on-site parking. But that being said, there hasn't actually been as much redevelopment as we would think in the ABC. There's been some turnover and businesses have changed hands or changed type, but in my time, there's only been one business that has changed enough that they've been required to go through that entire analysis. And as those things come up for redevelopment, that's our bigger opportunity to take a look at these on-site parking issues and the use and the number of driveway cuts and those sorts of things based on the uses moving forward from now. Right now we have a bit of our reality that's in place, and until certain things change, we don't have some of the greater opportunities to make those sweeping changes. I know a lot of these places have 2 driveway cuts because originally they were a stockyard for plumbing, and so they'd like to be able to pull in, load up a van full of stuff, and be able to pull out without having to do a 3 or 5 point turn. But if that place is not used as that, they might not need 2 cuts, but we don't have the opportunity to review that until some sort of redevelopment.
Yeah, and if one driveway cut were eliminated, it would provide parking on both sides of it. In the private parking lot, there'd be more spaces, and out on the street, so we could, if any place that could possibly be done, we gain a lot of parking spaces fairly easily.
Other comments on this item?
Just one other one.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Steve, on what you were just talking about, again, the businesses that would benefit most from it and are on the side where the bike path is, so it wouldn't be, because the businesses on the highway side, they have a pretty good flow of traffic coming out. And that was the other thing that I was thinking about, because of all the cars that know the entryways, was that the cars block the vision now when you pull out of these driveways. And there's just so much more traffic on that highway side of those businesses than on the river side. And I know, I just want to say, I know that a lot of study and planning went through this, and we had a lot of comments, and now we're down here at this 11th hour sort of thing. And I know GR's worked really hard, they've done a great job out here. I just felt compelled to express my opinions about it because I'm one of the longest term residents out there at the business center. And I still want to, remind that it is a business center. Businesses are parking. It's nice to say that we can have people coming in on alternative transportation. There's a lot of the businesses you can't. Certainly my business you can't. So.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Great, I think you've got the direction you need, and it sounds like you're on the right track with what you've presented here, and obviously further analysis as use happens and that sort of stuff. Rachel?
Yeah, so it seems the direction is to add the 10 spots and the signage, 10 to 11, however
Right.
people park and use them, and then monitor it, and we could make changes, as you've said, with paint or anything else. I think it would be valuable, working perhaps with John McBride and the Airport Business Center to see if sending a letter to the building owners, and ask them, is anyone interested in closing one of their 2 access points in a way that would create additional parking inside their private parking area and allow for less road cuts and parking along the side, and just float the idea out there. Some people may not have thought about it, and the nature of their business may have changed internally, as you said, and see if there's any changes to be made there. That's something I certainly have noticed over the years, and some of them are so close together, you really don't even have a space for one parking space in between safely, and so we might as well, put that out as part of our monitoring and taking a look to go further.
Thank you, Rachel.
What we've done, Rachel, along those lines, is we
Yeah,
have
John.
tried hard to discourage assigned parking in the parking areas. Ski companies had that, and then, since they are assigned, other people come to visit, park on the road. But if it's just public, it works way better, reduces the load on the road.
Very nice. Or to ask them for any ideas of how to better utilize their own private parking areas.
John?
Well, I just wanted to clarify, and I might have missed it, there was the question of the speed table that came up earlier, and I didn't hear the board weigh in on that.
I think
And-
there was some preference of the board to
Okay.
look into that and
We-
and potentially move forward.
We've been studying it actually for a while. What happened last year is we paved about 2 to 3 weeks after what we traditionally consider the end of our paving season. Asphalt was sort of at a premium at the end of last construction season, so we simply ran out of time to do the construction. Since then, we've talked to the dance studio and a few other people, and we've looked at different ways to drop the kids off, and it just doesn't work. And so after doing that, we were planning on implementing that this summer.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Since we have GR here already, we're going to jump into our memos of interest for basically an update on the frying pan chip seal project. There was some feedback given to GR regarding our bike users and making it more friendly as a big tourist aspect to our community, and he came up with some solution that seemed to be within our budget range. All right, you want to explain this to everyone?
Sure. It's very rare that I can come to the board or I have a reason to come to the board and say, you know what, I kind of overshot my engineer's estimate, and we ended up having a little bit of a padded budget for a project, and this is one of the cases. And so, in talking to the board, we've used this double chip seal in a number of places where we have higher bicycle traffic, and it provides a much nicer product in the end. And looking and talking to the contractor and negotiating through a few things, we came up with two options. One's to use the smaller 3/8 chip as we used on Brush Creek Road. It's not the best for the first, usually 5 or 6 months, but once our plows get a hold of chip seal, it actually smooths it out. It rounds off those chips pretty nicely, and it rides fairly nice. The other is to go with a double chip seal, as we did on Upper River Road and McLean Flats, and that basically has a smaller chip fill in some of the gaps of the larger aggregate, so it ends up riding smoother. Up here, we'd probably still use a slightly larger than what we did on those other roads because of aggregate availability this year is a little different, and it really comes down to the availability of that aggregate. And so that would add approximately $200,000 to the project.
George?
I was just going to ask, I got
Go ahead.
confused between the two. Reduction of the chip size would save $60,000, and addition of the a second layer would add $200,000.
Right.
So is it $200,000 minus 60
No.
to do the two smaller chip and then second layer, or just?
No, basically, the way that we had it priced out is to do a single chip for the whole road at 12 miles. And it was using a 5/8 inch aggregate, and that's a larger aggregate than we've used on some of our more traveled roads.
Okay.
It adds a little bit more structure. And so what we looked at is the two options. One is to, instead of use a 5/8 chip on that first 6 miles, is to actually use a smaller aggregate.
Okay.
It's not as structural as the 5/8 chip is, and it's noticeably rougher for the first year or so until it breaks down a little bit. The second option was doing the entire road with the 5/8 chip and then coming back and doing a smaller aggregate on top of that.
Right.
And that'll smooth out that first 6 miles that we're back into Pitkin County up above Rudai Reservoir. I'm sorry that wasn't clear.
Yeah, no, that helps me a lot. And so, doing really rough math, we're talking about a difference of around $33,000 a mile times the 6 miles, about $200,000. Okay, thank you.
George?
So, two questions then, GR. If you use the 5/8
Mhm.
and do an overlay versus just doing the 3/8 without that overlay, what's the difference in terms of longevity?
We'll get a little bit more return as far as the longevity of the chip seal for that first 6 miles with the double chip.
The double chip.
Yes.
And when you say the first 6 miles, so you're going up to Thomasville?
Just past Thomasville is where it breaks down. I think it's between Thomasville and the Nori colony where that segment ends.
And then, so from Thomasville or from 6 miles to Pavement End, are you using 5/8 or?
Yeah, that would be a
3/8?
5/8 chip to the end.
And so that becomes really rough for bicycling.
It would be a bit rougher than, especially for that about the first year until we have a winter up there.
So what you're saying is after the first year, whether it's the 3/8 or the 5/8, that will break down enough that it will become more of a rideable stretch?
Yes. The 3/8 takes a little bit less time and becomes a more pleasant ride for a bicycle much quicker than a 5/8. That being said, I don't think that, with the amount of traffic and what we're looking to get done from a system preservation standpoint, that that 5/8 on the second half of the frying pan there isn't an appropriate application of that. That being said, yeah, it is a bit rougher to ride on a bicycle.
So is there, if you put the 5/8 in this year,
Yes.
is there an opportunity in the following year to look at doing an overlay if that 5/8 really hasn't broken down and we're starting to see any feedback or complaints from the community, from bicyclists?
It's always a possibility, but that being said, if the board wanted to even think that direction, I would say that we should probably bite off a bit of a bigger project this year to avoid having to pay for mobilization twice, especially to one of the more remote paved roads that we have within the county.
I just remember, it's been quite a few years, I think when Eagle County did a resurfacing of the frying pan from basalt going up to Route I, they must have used 5/8, and it was unrideable for 1, even 2 years.
Okay.
Rachel?
Well, George, with your experience, how many people go over Route I and then the 6 miles towards, I think, Meredith, and then past that?
Yeah,
That's the real question.
Right, no, it's a small.
Because it's another 200,000 to do.
Right, no, it's a small group, that's why I was just curious. I would definitely would want us to do the overlay for the first 6 miles, because that actually gets used. And then from Meredith up, it's marginal. You know, I ride up there, I'll see a few riders. And if that does break down in a year, I think that's fine.
Yeah, well, it sounds like with the reduced traffic, that might take more than a year since it's so far away. I was just wondering, a variation on this whole theme is if you did the larger chip for the first 6 miles and then the smaller chip over that, and then did the smaller chip for the last 6 miles. Then,
Last 6 miles.
you know, the 6 miles, he's not talking about double layering right now. If instead of the larger chip, it was the smaller chip for that last 6 miles, it would be rideable sooner?
Oh, from Meredith up to Pavement End.
Yes, and you're right. It would be more rideable. We wouldn't quite get the longevity out of the project,
Right.
And it wouldn't add the structure that we were looking for up there. But by all means, that's a.
Well, no, I was wondering what the downsides were.
And one of the things I'd caution the board about is, obviously it's taking us a while to get to these roads under our current funding scheme, and all our studies indicate we're probably still a little bit underfunded on our road maintenance, and we've done a good job getting big projects on the ground and getting some of these maintenance issues addressed. But I think I would recommend erring on the side of longevity, save some change in our budget.
Steve?
Yeah, that was my inclination, to start with the 5/8. Whether we add the 3/8 immediately after the 5/8 to make it more rideable sooner, or wait a year and do it a year later? Would that make any difference on the longevity if the 5/8 were allowed to set up longer before the 3/8 was added? Would that make a difference?
It wouldn't, actually, in the opposite direction. And the reason why is that 5/8 would actually break down over time. And the idea is that with a double chip, you end up preserving that first layer of aggregate, and you're filling in the voids with another aggregate as opposed to having traffic and plows and those sorts of things beat down and level that aggregate through those means.
Okay. And then you gave examples of 2 different treatments, but are there examples of 5/8 inch on county roads to compare to?
I haven't completed a project as 5/8 chip in my time here. We've used it in other double layer chips before to good success. But the 5/8, I'm trying to think of other roads that the board may have driven that I know I've driven on with a 5/8 chip, but I can't think of any off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
Rachel?
Well, I would support kind of the recommendation. I know it's us to make the decision here, but to go ahead and double chip that 6-mile section and do the single 5/8 for the other 6 miles after that. I mean, if money were not an object, I'd go the whole 12 miles, but we have a lot of roads in the counties to take care of, and it will become rideable over time, and it's a little less, that last 6 miles of our premier. You know, if our road mill levy had passed, we'd be doing all these in a different manner, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that direction. I think we're getting the nods ahead across the board here.
Thank you.
It's a good compromise.
GR, thank you very much.
Thanks for the research.
So we're about 8 minutes early into our lunch break, and just so Grassroots knows, I don't know if you heard the changes to our schedule a little bit. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock for our normal agenda items, 1:30 for our memos of interest, which will probably only go till 2:30. At 2:30, we will go into a executive session regarding the airport, just probably for a half hour. And then the rest of the agenda, starting at 3:15, will be as follows. So we will go into a off-the-air session in the middle of our day for executive session, and then come back and go back on the air at around 3 o'clock. Thank you. We'll break for lunch.
Right.
Sorry about all the changes today.
That's okay.
That's on me.
Welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday, May 6, 2014. We're back for our Pickens County work session. And we have Joe High here, who is interviewing for a citizen board citizen board volunteer slot for the Senior Service Council. Generally, we just kind of go around the room, ask you a few questions, and get to know you a little bit better. Anybody want to start off? I'll start off then. What's your interest in the senior center, and what do you think you can add to this board?
Well, number one, I am a senior. I'll be 71 this summer, so in about a month. And in my career as a physical therapist, I certainly worked with a lot of seniors down through the years. The last 8 years I've worked at Aspen Valley Hospital as the patient representative. So on a daily basis, I certainly deal with senior issues. And then I've been involved with a couple of task force within the community that has touched on senior issues.
was part of the original task force that, on mental health, that the outcome of that was the Hope Center. And then this last year, I've been on the steering committee for the Aging Well initiative here in the community. I lived at the Aspen Country Inn for 6 years. So I was in senior housing, kind of saw some of the things with that made me interested. So I think those are probably the key things, at least in my background, that makes me interested in pursuing it even further.
Great. Other questions, Rachel?
Have you been working with the senior center on the meetings they've been having about senior needs in the future and county programs and so on?
You know, I work with Patty on a lot of times on individual kinds of things, and I have contact with Marty and with Mary Barber and Patty and Ruth at the senior center, but I have not been a part of any regular meetings that they've been having.
I think she was referring to the Aging Well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I've been a part of that.
Okay, yeah,
Yes,
that's steering
yes,
committee.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
But thank
Been
you.
a part of that, and primarily my input was about acute care and emergency care. And because I was, in essence, representing the hospital there, but I was certainly able then to voice some of my personal feelings about needs or things that I had seen in the community or had experienced in the community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions, Steve?
Well, Joe, thank you so much for applying for the senior council. You're definitely a familiar face around the environment up there. And thanks for working on the aging well plan also. Are there any of the goals, the 7 goals, that you have picked to be a participant in the next stage of this?
Without having the paper in front of me, I can't remember exactly the ones, but I think it was 3 and 4, if I remember right. But there were a couple of them that I thought followed more with 4 and 5, maybe is definitely 4, and I sent to Patty and then on to the other people, names of people that I thought that I had either come in contact with or worked with on a daily basis at the hospital.
So what are the goals, the objectives of those 2?
Well, goal 4 is that older adults will have access to a range of medical, dental, vision, hearing services to support their physical needs. And, you know, I feel like that from a standpoint of acute care, we do a very good job. The hospital takes care of a lot of things. They kind of know what their limitations are. One of the things that I've voiced in this is that I think we do need in our community a physician that specializes in care for senior citizens, a geriatrician or a gerontologist. That would be very nice, and that's one of the objectives here is to get that kind of person in. Interestingly enough, when I was doing kind of the questioning, the medical home model, which is kind of an offshoot of the Affordable Care Act, nobody really knew much about it. And then, unbeknownst to me, one of the doctors in the Mid-Valley obviously is doing it well enough in his own practice. He was asked to come to Washington, D.C. and testify about this particular model of care management. So care management is basically crisis-driven. People get interested in what's going on when mom or grandma or whatever is in the hospital. And there isn't a lot of planning for it. There hasn't been a lot of communication from one physician to the other, that kind of thing. So I'm certainly interested in that. I think that's one of the things that we're moving toward. Being a physical therapist, retired physical therapist, I'm always interested in rehabilitation, and one of the objectives is to make sure that we have enough workforce in the community to take care of those needs. We have a real need with home health for some of the rehab people and some of the caregivers. So I don't know, did I really answer your question, Steve?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Well, Steve said it for all of us, but thanks for applying. It's great, and really appreciate your time and efforts.
Great. We do have another applicant for the one slot that's open, but there are also some alternative slots as well. So, and I think we'll be making a decision on that fairly shortly. So,
Well, it's just, however I can be of help, I'll be happy to try to do that.
I find specifically on boards like this, alternates are just as active, sometimes more active than some of the regular members, because there's always people that miss meetings and that sort of stuff. But the input is
Patty was explaining that to me a
valuable.
little bit, and it sounded like that's actually kind of a good way to maybe go, because you get your feet wet. I haven't been on any kind of advisory board at all, and this maybe is one of the few that I would be qualified to even be on. But
Maybe have a conflict of interest too.
well, sometimes I get myself in a little trouble at the hospital because I don't always toe the company line, but they kind of understand that's maybe part of your age, that you can voice your opinion even when sometimes it's counter to what. But I'm very, very proud of the hospital and what the hospital does, and I like to represent the hospital in things. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
See, I'll give this back to you. Thank you. I thought it was pretty close, but I wasn't sure.
You just about had it memorized there. That's good.
So we're now going to step into our memos of interest section, and we might shift this around a little bit depending on when some people show up for various things. Maybe we can step into future agendas and tackle that first.
So, a couple items for you on future agendas. First, we have our guests from East Timor who are going to be coming in this coming weekend, and we do have a reception scheduled for them on Monday the 12th, I believe it is, 3:30. You should have received an invitation for that. If not, we'll make sure it gets out to you guys. It's not on your future agenda list
Where
right
will we
now.
be meeting?
It's at the Limelight, same room that we had our retreat in.
Okay.
The Limelight gave us a special rate for them, so they're going to be staying there at that hotel.
Nice.
And their stay here.
What time was that on the 12th?
Let me just double check. I had it at 3:30, but I will double check that real quick.
And just along the lines with that,
I'm sorry, it's 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. We also have them on our agenda for a half hour on the 13th on our work session.
Yeah, and that was just to give an opportunity for them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their exchange, and maybe an opportunity for you all to talk about your role on the board.
Are there potentially a list of questions that might go back and forth on that sort of thing? Is there a mission statement or a focus of their trip, like your trip, that we can be prepared for in terms of maybe how we express ourselves?
Yeah, we can certainly get you information. Their applications and such would probably be helpful. So yes, I guess the short answer is yes. They're coming from two different perspectives. One is running a nonprofit that serves children in East Timor and is very interested in opportunities to develop their nonprofit, programs for kids, those sorts of things. The other gentleman that will be joining us is actually going to be the city manager of their capital city next year. They apparently do the selections different. I can't wait to hear how they do that in terms of succession planning, but he's interested really in two things. One, obviously, just general governance and policy practices as a manager, and he's particularly interested in developing tourism as an economic development strategy. And so we'll get you the agenda that we set up, for them. I think you guys should see we put a lot of work into setting up meetings for them and tours and that sort of thing.
Include that in the packet for next week, Tuesday. Rachel?
Yeah, I was thinking to look at their agenda, so that's
Yeah.
great. We'll have that. I'm sure we can make a few comments about items that they're visiting. The other thing, just for you to kind of shush out, John, is whether they will be presenting any gifts, and whether we should have gifts to present back at that public meeting.
We will have gifts for you to
Okay.
give, and we're doing some simple things up front, like a fleece jacket, because where they come from,
They don't have
don't have
weather.
much need for that. Yeah, sort of.
Okay,
Like they will
very
here,
good.
yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make
Good.
sure we're prepared and not empty-handed.
The other thing, get back to my future agendas here, the other thing that we will be working on is Chris has asked for some time on the May 13th, so next week's work session agenda, to go over the BLM comments. And so we'll work the agenda around. We have room in here to do that. The clerk and recorder's request is actually a budget supplemental. We'll move that into MOIs, and we'll probably be able to compress that MOI timeframe.
Rachel?
Yeah, I want to really make sure we have enough time for that item, and if we have to have a working lunch as you get closer to it, let us know. I'm happy to do a working lunch as opposed to a lunch hour break. Just a lot of issues that have come up.
What, this is not regarding the BLM Resource Management Plan, is it?
No, it's the leasing, I think.
It's the leasing. Let me just
Lease issue after the DeBeck hearing.
Okay.
yeah, see if I've got more information on it. So this is scoping comments to submit to the BLM. It doesn't actually say which one, but I'd assume that it's on the leasing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other things on future agenda, John?
Get my sheet here. My sheet from Go. No, I don't have anything else on future agendas.
Yes.
The only thing I have for future agendas, I think, right now, is that we need to make sure we've prepared a gift basket for the CCI
Yes.
conference in June. The guidelines are theoretically $50 or less value, and all the counties bring one in, and then they have a raffle just to highlight local goods and services if you can, or say something about your county. But
Okay.
Other things for future agenda? I had two quick notes. One was just to let everybody know that on May 20th, we've got a abatement hearing starting at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
That schedule might change a little bit as we get closer. We've reached out to them to let us know how their negotiations have gone with those with those things, because that always changes. And then the other one that I wanted to bring up, actually I wrote it down under open discussion, is that we never really set up a site visit for the, what was the?
Aspen Valley Ranch.
Aspen Valley Ranch.
Yeah.
And I know
John.
we were trying to figure out schedules for that before it got too late, and they wanted to move that application along. So-
Well, so we do actually have some possible dates for that. We're going to need about 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So we have
Guess it's only
May
May 12th.
5th.
That was yesterday.
That
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
happen.
of course not May 5th at this point. May 12th in the morning, 9:30 to 12.
I can do that.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
But if it works for everybody else, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, and what are the other dates that were possible?
Right now, we don't have any, but we could certainly discuss some here.
I may be tied up, so if it works for everybody else, I'm fine.
I don't know. I'm not available, but if you wanted to step along for the site visit.
Oh, did Susan not?
But I haven't seen the dates, no.
Okay, we're gonna have to rework on those dates then.
Okay. And that's all I had for future agendas at this point.
Okay, I was trying to look, and I just probably didn't really see it. The 28th of May, we'd had down as going to be our celestial meeting, but on the 28th agenda, I don't really see it there under land use. And I guess my bigger point is, if we're going to end up with the celestial hearing and then requesting a site visit, we might want to try to look at those. I know we've seen celestial endlessly in the room here, but we're having a new hearing starting from scratch, fresh, and a site visit might be something we would request, and, you know, might as well start trying to see when we could schedule the two of them together or something, or one or the other. You know, I don't know if I could do something Thursday of this week if others were available on the 8th. Yeah. Or the 29th, Thursday the 29th might then be the next real available day.
We
That
have
would
the
be
Call
after.
Basin tour that day?
Oh, for some people, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I took that last year, I'm not going to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess we're gonna do this via email and make decisions on the 13th. Or before, if we decide to move forward on the 12th, although Suzanne can't make it.
Unless you guys want to propose some dates now, and while Suzanne's here, we could work on the date now.
Well, I know my schedule's very hard because I do have the
Mhm.
Western Interstate region, and I'm gone from the 15th through the 26th, which is a holiday, Monday. But the Friday, the 9th, is open right now for me. I don't know if others would want to do it on a Friday.
Works for me.
Works for Rob.
May 9th you're talking
May
about.
9th, yes.
And I can't do it in the, I'd have to do late afternoon. I've got something in the morning in Glenwood.
I can do any time during that day on the 9th. It's hard to schedule without Michael here. And,
Would you rather us do an email tree and see if we can find a date?
Yeah.
okay. Well, the 9th is a potential to check in on, and then the other one was the Thursday, the 29th, but I can't remember if somebody else already said no on that. We already have other things.
Yeah, I mean, given that Michael asked for this and he's not here,
Yeah.
so we almost have to wait. He's out probably through this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, well, Charlotte's here, why don't we tackle the citizen board item?
Okay.
I just noticed the Coal Basin field trip is not listed on here, and maybe should be. It was for May 29th.
May
It's
20th.
not on the future agendas.
I'll get that on there.
The one decision we have that Charlotte's here for regarding citizen board is the senior board member, and we interviewed Deborah as well, the returning board member, if people recall that interview. And as I said, we have a vacant spot in a regular spot, as well as vacant spots as potential alternates for this position.
I'd like to appoint them both, and, you know, we just had the conversation with Joe. He seemed that he'd be very happy in an alternate position, and make Deborah the regular member and go from there.
I agree.
You also needed Kevin Heineken.
Kevin Heineken.
So he's an alternate, wants to go to regular, which I would support.
I'd support that.
All right, I'll get that resume.
Thanks for always keeping these so straight for us and keeping us on track, Charlotte.
Oh, that one was canceled. She knows that.
Oh, that's canceled.
And Suzanne, you're here to present the brief information about the music festival, is that?
Yeah, and I know Jenny Elliott was going to be here at 1:30.
Yeah, I didn't know,
I
so
mean, if
maybe
you
we'll
wanted- if you
go
have
on to
another-
some of our other stuff and wait till she's here. Shall we move on to the request from the Colorado Water Workshop? It was one of the last pages on the MOIs. Second to last page. John, you want to lead us through this?
Yeah, so this is a request that comes to the board every year, and in the past, the board has provided some funding for the Colorado Water Workshop from your discretionary funds. So I'm still scrolling through.
I
finding
thought we
it.
used the water fund, actually, because it gives you a registration.
Last year, I think we did it out of your discretionary funds, is what I was showing. But it would be possible to do it out of the Healthy Rivers and Streams fund, because it does come with a registration. And, you know, I believe you've attended this in the past, Rachel?
I have
or-
not. It's always
Oh, okay.
conflicted with other meetings,
Oh, okay.
unfortunately. I think George has attended
George,
one
you
year.
attended?
A couple of years.
Yeah.
No.
And I was just saying, I know for a fact that I cannot attend this year. They have moved the date into June instead of July, which makes it a little easier. But that is also going to be the Club 20 board retreat days, and so I cannot go. But it is a great opportunity to just stay in touch with our water leaders, if anyone else can attend.
Yeah, and I mean, I would support sponsoring this at $500 because that gives us one spot, and if one of us can't use it, we can offer to someone from the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board.
Yeah.
Or staff.
Or, yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, the topic is so timely and appropriate for studying the Colorado Water Plan, and I think one of us should go or at least one of us should go, if not two, for this year's discussion, because it would be the opportunity to make some connections with people from other parts of the state, which I think are going to be really critical when we start, doing the negotiating on the different basin implementation plans.
I agree.
And I could go, I know it's last year, or it seems like every year I'd have problems when it was in July, and I've never gone before.
So you could attend this?
Yeah,
one?
I actually wrote it on the calendar to save that space already.
So does the board have a preference as far as Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund versus your discretionary?
I tend to think that it is water related, so
Mhm.
it's more appropriate from the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, and I thought that's where it was
Okay.
before. You know, there was a small placeholder in that general budget for membership, conferences, things like that. And, I would just say I think it's great if Steve can go, but if others, again, either staff or the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, we're not limiting it to that.
Yeah.
You know,
Sounds good. Shall we move on to some board reports?
we have Jenny Elliott here now.
Oh, Jen, here.
Right in.
All right. Come on up. So this is another temporary gym facility. And Suzanne, you want to give us a
We've
rundown?
had the temporary gym
Yeah.
facility, which I guess worked out just fine for
Worked
the
great.
winter.
Worked great.
But the way it was sort of set up and memorialized in the resolution was that the tent would go up for the winter, come down for the summer, and go back up for next school season. In looking at what that now entails, dollars-wise and everything else, they said, boy, do we really have to take it down? Even though they have no use for it really for the summer. And I think we memorialized it as it would come down because they said it would, not because we thought it should or needed to or anything like that. So we're fine with it staying up. Brian Paul has, they got a building permit for it. It's, meets all of the code requirements. He's fine with it staying up and not coming down and having to go back up. So really on our end, there were no issues. We just wanted to run it by you so you'd be aware. If you don't have any issues, we'll make the change administratively to allow it to stay up.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this request. The key determinant to me is that a permanent facility is being built.
And it is.
If this was, something that was going to go a special request year after year after year, then we'd have to look at it differently. But it's not.
Right.
Pleasantly, it's not. So, yeah, I'm more than happy to
you.
accommodate that request.
I'm happy with the request too. My only question was the traffic flows change between the music school and country day school, and to make sure that that's the safety issues around the building are managed properly.
So it wouldn't matter whether we took it up or put it down as far as, because the footprint is still there. It sits on a pedestal that we had to build, which wasn't going to come down. We were going to fold up the tent and plop it right on the pedestal where it sits. And so we have created a walkway that goes around it, and that'll be the same in the summer as it was in the winter.
Steve?
I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't be an attractive nuisance or a magnet for the music students, and would there be any problem with making sure that they don't start hanging out inside
Right.
there or something like that?
We can lock the doors. It has doors that you can lock, so we will lock the doors. Because you are right, they would.
It would be a dance hall.
Yes, we will lock the doors.
Okay.
Great. I think we have direction to move forward.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, just a
Yeah.
small side question. Steve raised something. Is there any possibility you would want or need to use it for gatherings on the campus or anything like that? I mean, do you need permission to be able to use it in the summer? We're not saying you can't let people go in and play basketball, or are we?
I don't think, the acoustics are really bad, and it'll be very hot, to be honest. It gathers sun just like any tent does, so it's quite hot. I think it'll be quite hot in the summer, so.
You don't see any use for it?
I don't see any use for it at
Okay.
all.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, thanks for asking.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board reports. I think it's been 2 months since our last Northwest COG meeting. I'm not sure if I reported on it. The last one was really budgetary stuff, moving forward with wrapping up the last year's budget and moving forward with this year's budget. The big change was bringing an in-house marketing person to promote the programs that are being done through Northwest COG, both to its members and the citizens within the regions. That was the big change in the budget. It wasn't substantial. Rural Resort Region, or I should actually step to Rural Resort Workforce. We just had our meeting 2 weeks ago. Most of what we talked about were the benchmark numbers, which have looked really good. Unemployment has gone down, and they're seeming to service people through their unemployment work centers a little bit faster than they have in the past. There's been a lot of work done on the yourworkforcecenter.com site, which has got primarily a lot of information about job fairs that are coming up in the next couple of months for summer employment throughout Colorado, throughout this region of the workforce. And then for our next agenda, which is in our next major meeting, which is in 2 months, because I brought it up, there ended up being a fairly lengthy discussion about how, which will be very interesting, on how the healthcare changes will affect businesses and employment and people that are unemployed in terms of how they're managing their staying on healthcare plans within that system. It happened to have been the same day that I think some of you were at the meeting with Marguerite Salazar, and so I kind of brought it up, and there was a lengthy discussion, and I think it's going to be a major agenda item the next time around, because a lot of what the workforce centers do is work with businesses to help grow employment, and the big question is how this might help or hinder some growth of employment. So that'll be an interesting conversation, which I will certainly report back to everybody on. Core.
Let's see, I don't know when we met last. Our next meeting will be coming up next month. We'll be reviewing the Randy Udall Pioneer Energy Grants that used to be called the Green Energy Grants. It's been renamed in honor of Randy. And so we'll be reviewing that, and that will come before us probably later, later in the summer.
QQ?
Let's see, well, first, QQ has a number of dates and meetings if people are interested. Tomorrow, the 7th, from 1 to 4:30 p.m., they're having a land use and water planning workshop, which is going to be at the Summit County Senior Center. Then, at the end of this month, the 30th of May, Friday, they're going to have a meeting with QQ and the Denver Metro mayors. So it'll be a discussion about some of that growth demand and how do we curb demand on water so that we can save ag, as opposed to just say new Trans Mountain diversions are the only way to save ag. And then, at least tentatively, the June quarterly meeting has been set for the end of June on Thursday the 26th. So those are the upcoming QQ dates. Kind of as a mix between some of these different agencies and roles, it's worth reporting that Senator Gail Schwartz's Bill 23, the ag efficiency water savings for in-stream flows, Gail is just a miracle worker when it comes to her legislative skills, but they were able to move it out of House Ag over to House Judiciary, where it passed, and then went to the House and has now passed the House, and it's on the governor's desk to potentially be signed. We'll have to see if it, I think there'll be a lot of lobbying to not sign it, and so we may need to send some additional letters to the governor's office on that point. It's something that I think institutionally water law is so enshrined that it's very hard to get any movement at all. Even though everyone's kind of running up into the walls of current water law when they think about solving the problems. And so that seems to have been a victory for Gail and for our water needs. The Colorado River District opposed it on a split vote. Denver Water supported it. The Farm Bureau opposed it. The Colorado Cattlemen's Association supported it. And so, really it's very split as to who was supporting and why, what the concerns were. So we'll see where that one goes. But QQ's been very active in monitoring that bill. I testified on it twice, and they're kind of planning on more comments on the state water plan. They will have someone go down to the Pueblo meeting of the CWCB to be able to offer some public comments on the progress to date, and I think that's coming up this month, but I'm not going to be around. So that's pretty much what's going on with QQ.
CCI?
Yeah, I just got an update at lunch by email. One of the big bills that CCI has been working on is a urban renewal economic development bill. And in the past, economic development, urban renewal zones were allowed to use tax increment financing as one of their measures, and so that the increase in value of property taxes would go to pay whatever bonding or goodies we put in the urban renewal package. And it was very unfair to county schools and special districts because we had no seat at the table whatsoever to negotiate what that package was, what type of jobs were coming in, so on and so forth. And I was speaking with the Eagle County treasurer. We certainly haven't seen that much of this here in Pickens County, but in Eagle County, they can track just hundreds of thousands of dollars lost to their county budget because they no longer get the increase in the property taxes that occurs during that 20-year period or even longer. And so CCI has been asking for a seat at the table and also a measure that says that whatever, quote, percentage or increment of property tax the counties, the special districts, the schools are supposed to put in, that the city has to make a concurrent commitment with their sales tax, so that you're not just shifting the developers' expenses into counties. And you know, the Eagle County treasurer did an awful lot of, or budget director, a lot of research to, you know, say, hey, you know, your new economic development might be bringing in a lot of low-paid seasonal jobs that all need county Medicaid services and sign up, county child care subsidy supports, unemployment benefits in the off-season when they're all seasonal jobs. And so it really can add to the cost for counties to deliver service at the same time that it freezes their revenues in place. And so, well, I think it's been contentious. The Municipal League is doing all out to defeat that bill. It has now made it through the second reading of the House, and it did pass the Senate. It's really just a matter of equity. And it's a kind of an unsustainable program as it is now. I haven't brought the chart in, but it just shows the graph going up of everyone asking that they get tax incremental financing to support what could be elements of their development that the developer themselves should be paying, or that it's just an unsustainable mechanism. It can't. The well's running dry in terms of how many times and how often you can say, oh, this property tax in this area is going to be frozen for the next 20 years or 30 years until the TIF is paid off. And so that has now made it through, which is quite amazing. And I would imagine that whatever gets through this year, we're going to see bills to amend or change it next year. You know, it's just inevitable. I don't think it's going to stop development. I mean, that's kind of the halcyon cry that these things are so complicated that if we have another person at the table, there's no way we'll be able to negotiate a deal. Well, you know, or that, you know, it's just kind of like when oil and gas rules changed over time. There was a lot of complaining within the industry that we could never adapt. That's going to kill our bottom line. And, you know, the next thing, you know, the next year there's more permits to drill than ever before. And so I don't think it is going to kill economic development as much as it's going to make people a little more thoughtful about what it's costing, and are we getting a good bang for our buck. And it's not just costing county money and city money and school district money, it's counting money out of our general fund budget. We better make sure it's a good project and that all the components are well justified. So that's pretty much the big CCI report for right now. And the meeting, and Steve may have more to add, but the summer conference is going to be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in June over in Keystone.
Steve?
There's one bill that really applies to us, and that's the Connect Colorado Broadband Act. And that did pass through the legislature, and it would provide, it's a mechanism to provide the high-cost support money that has been going to providing phone service to rural parts of the state, and now that money can be applied to bringing broadband to rural parts of the state. So that's something we might be able to tap into for getting some, you know, reaching some of our remote valleys. Somebody in Marble, I know, was talking about using it to get the broadband clear to Marble. So
Very good.
Also in the, it just seems to me for the summer meeting, we're going to have our mountain region meeting, and we're supposed to be thinking of issues we want to bring up for that. And I don't have anything right now, but it's something we need to be thinking about
Yeah,
before.
thanks for reminding. I mean, it's always funny that the legislation session hasn't even ended yet, and you're starting to think about what bills you'd like to introduce for the next year. And so they'll give us a deadline sometime, it's not at the conference, but not too far after that. Then during their summer traveling meetings to the district, they'll be vetting all the different ideas that folks have had. Staff will be doing some research. And then in October, we make the final vote as to what will be the legislative agenda for CCI, and they'll start finding sponsors and things like that. So, you know, it's almost like county budgets. It never ends. As soon as one's over, you start the next cycle. So we should, as Steve has said, think about different bills.
And I guess at the mountain meeting, it's more that we just give a report on what's happening in our county, just to keep the other counties up to speed on
and things, and I haven't seen the agenda
issues
for
that
that
are
yet. But we do all need to be scratching our head to think, you know, what else? I mean, I know we'd worked on the senior affordability a little before. John can bring that up and search through department heads. Are there specific fixes? We've been very successful with Independence Pass this year. I think that that was a really meaningful bill for us locally. So we need to think about things that are like that, as well as ones of broader concern. And now, setting that aside, there also was just an email that was forwarded, and I can only apologize for the deadlines that they give out, but Charlotte had forwarded it as well as it came from CCI directly. I got it at lunch. But this Friday, the 9th, is our deadline for submitting any potential resolutions for the National Association of Counties. And as you guys know, I've always really struggled with which ones would make it anywhere in that Public Lands Committee that is just dominated by others of a different persuasion than most of our county residents. And so if we can think of any, we won't be able to discuss them as a group, obviously, before then. But it's this Friday that need to be submitted. The only ones I've submitted in the past through Public Lands have been renewals of ones that were already on the books, such as we support full funding for the firefighting capacity of the Forest Service, or we support full funding for the country's national parks. You know, those sort of, they were more renewals than newly originated ones myself. But if others do have items or concerns or questions, and we have some chance of making it through, because I'm just on the Public Lands Committee, if you submit one for another group, whether it's transportation or human services, you have to be able to leave your committee meetings and go to those meetings and convince them to make the changes. So I really haven't had the direct connections with other groups. It's very similar to what our priorities were when we went back to DC, I would imagine, as a group, as to whether we can get some legislation to really do a 6-year long-term fix to the transportation bill, I think is probably number one. So, sorry to interrupt on that one. Here we go.
Club 20?
Club 20 will be having its leadership retreat. They change chairman of the board every 2 years, and then they have a retreat. I will be attending that on Thursday the 5th and, June 19th and 20th in Cedar Edge. Club 20 is also hosting a leadership conference, a one-day conference, and that is going to be on June the 5th. It's intended to be nonpartisan and to help develop Western Slope leadership, basically. So, almost like Leadership Aspen or something like that. So it's training and opportunities. I should update you. I was two items at the March meeting. Our state senator Gail Schwartz won the Bridge Builder Award for her work across the Western Slope and working with Front Range interests and bipartisan interests to really advance some great legislation. So that was a great recognition and honorarium for Gail, as well as some other West Slope legislators. And then I was quite honored to be nominated and to be elected to be secretary of the executive board. And so continuing to work with Club 20. There's a lot of issues we don't necessarily agree on, and there's a lot that we do. And so I try to focus on the ones we do and improve the processes and the transparency with the issues where we don't.
I attended the Club 20 meeting also, and it was interesting being there because it's a combination of business people and government people. Anybody can join Club 20, so it's a different kind of mix of people involved in it, and it was interesting and to be there and be part of that process. And I've made a couple connections that I didn't have before. So I'm planning on attending Club 20 meetings from time to time anyhow when it works for me.
Yeah. And the Club 20 caucuses will be coming up this year, probably in the fall, to have a meeting of the Pickens County members to elect their representative and their alternates again. We really haven't had any active alternates for a number of years now. People at the city have put their name in periodically, whether it's Mick Ireland or Tory or something.
Yeah, Mick was.
Not much participation. And so I would like to put my name in as the voting member again, but if Steve, you're available to put your name as an alternate, I think that would be great, and I'll talk with you about how we calendar that caucus meeting. There really are not many members in Pickens County. It's the city and the county, and again, it's over those common interests, perhaps like water and transportation funding.
CRRTB, Trans-Basin.
Oh, yeah, the Colorado River Roundtable Basin, we do not have a May meeting scheduled this month, but we may need one because this water plan is coming so close to due. We reviewed the work that Louis Meyer had done at the last meeting, and maybe I'll let Steve address his impressions of the meeting more. I did go down during our off week to Loveland for an all-day Interbasin Combat Committee meeting on Tuesday of last week, and so I'll give you some comments on that after Steve updates on the roundtable.
Yeah, and there, Jim Pokrant just did send out 2 June meetings, the 9th and the 23rd.
Okay.
Where the whole basin implementation plan is right now is a short list of priorities, which are it's a lot easier kind of a thing to read than the big spreadsheet, which has over 500 different identified projects that could be done in the Colorado River Basin itself. A lot of the projects that were identified are little water conservation things or little in-stream kind of projects that different communities are working on. Not much at all in the way of a big storage project or a big diversion project. It's more tiny projects like incremental improvements in the water delivery system. And all of when we get the draft plan, we'll have really good chance to make comments on it. It's not quite to that point yet. It's like progressing, and it's really Louis Meyer and his staff have been really doing a great job of pulling together all the different comments that have been brought in by different water providers and water users.
Yeah, two things to kind of finish that up. One is that there are 2 groups that have identified some waters within Pickens County that they would like to, and they've nominated for an outstanding waters designation, which John Ely might be able to help me a little with the outstanding waters designation. One is I think it's the Water Guardians, and the other is Trout Unlimited. And as I understand, the QQ has made sure they sent to Mike Dill and other water providers that they're okay with the designations. They're all within Forest Service property. They're not outside of Forest Service property, but they are currently qualified. It's like the best water quality in the state. And it does affect potentially how, should development occur on those Forest Service lands, how it would occur. They would not be allowed to be degraded further. It's not like a wilderness designation. You can do fire mitigation work near and things like that. But I haven't seen any reason to object to that. We did get a brief presentation about that by one of the two groups at the last roundtable. And they are looking for letters of support from groups. And if, you know, the rulemaking is going to be in Grand Junction with the Colorado Water Quality Division, which is different than CWCB. And so that rulemaking hearing is June 9th. I don't know if there's a deadline for having your comments in before that, but if...
I haven't heard.
You haven't heard one. Okay, but, you know, maybe on one of our future memos of understanding, you could give us a little background and a letter for the board to consider in support of that.
And I know that the other individual or entity was trying to get in and talk to the board, but they were having all sorts of misfires and scheduling communication.
Yeah. But they did at least present to the Basin Roundtable, and you know, my personal impression was, being on Forest Service lands, it's really not going to be a stream bank or land use issue for ComDev or others, and it's probably something we can support. But I'd love John to give us a little more thorough presentation on that.
I'll see what kind of information I can dig up. I'm not sure if it's entirely on Forest Service land, to be honest with you. I thought there was some inclusion of private property with the agreement of the private property owners. And the reason I'm saying that is because of Thompson Creek. But
yeah, well, we only received presentations from one of the two groups, so we didn't see Trout Unlimiteds. We just saw the Wild Earth Guardians or the Center for Biologic Diversity. I can't remember which one of the two groups it was. So that would be really good to bring forward for us to more formally weigh in on.
More on Club 20 or
Well, I should make a few comments about the IBCC process. I did attend the meeting. You know, I'm not really at the table as a formal delegate, but there's a lot of attendees who want to see where the language is going. And the overall frustration I have is that there's really no guarantee whatsoever that a new Trans Mountain diversion will save ag in Colorado. You know, people keep talking about, well, there are all these other factors. Do young people want to keep farming? Is it, you know, is it viable? Most average farmer's age is well over 60 in the state, you know. Selling land for development in the South Platte seems to be, you know, a market decision as opposed to a water decision for a lot of people. But yet all the desire, the push for a Trans Mountain diversion is really predicated on, well, if we don't have a new water supply, we are going to just be buying and drawing ag, you know. And so there really isn't any nexus or any mechanism that says any of the new water brought over would have to stay with the land. I mean, there's tools, and people have talked about tools, but it's not integrated into the plan, such as a conservation easement on the land that keeps it a farm, keeps the water there too. So that to me is a bit of a shortcoming. The other is that it really is not addressing in any manner demand management, whether we would say smart growth or growth control or rate of growth or even how to grow, you know, about the size of the irrigated lawns on the South Platte. And the River District has produced some pretty good information showing that, you know, if you just change your irrigation practices, especially for the next 5 million residents who are anticipated in the state, you could take care of a lot of the gap without new Trans Mountain diversions. And the questions of whether the Colorado River can really support, without triggering compact compliance calls, additional diversions of any real magnitude is outstanding. You know, I mean, it just, you know, and that's has everyone teetering. It's like, well, you know, maybe it'll cost $10 billion to build, and maybe we can pull water from it 3 years out of 10. Is that going to be worth it? The big challenge, of course, and the final comment I have on the plan, is that it really seems that at the end of the day, all the safeguards people are talking about putting in place, water banks, so that if there's a compact call, we'll pay farmers to not grow and let their water go to the compacted down, the lower basin states. It means West Slope Ags would just be taking it in the shorts. You're not going to get any water pumped back up and over to form that compliance flow. And it just seems that we're getting, you hear about people getting more and more options to buy land eventually in the Grand Valley, Mesa County area, the orchards, the vineyards, these sort of things. And if those go and those were sold, and then the point of diversion was changed more to a headwater of the Frying Pan or a headwater of the Roaring Fork, we could really be hit. And so I think it's a matter of continuing to put as many safeguards in place as we can, flow related to Pickens County, in Pickens County, even as we try to improve and shape that statewide plan. So that's my report back on that.
WAPA and ACRA, anybody have anything to add? I know Michael's not here. I believe there was an ACRA meeting last week. I was out of town for that as well. RAFTA, anybody have anything to add?
We have a meeting on Thursday.
Senior Council?
Senior Council, the last two meetings have been conflicts with CCI meetings when I had to be in Denver, so I wasn't able to go to them, but a lot of the Senior Council members have been working on the Aging Well strategic plan, and that is just a little summary of where that is. The goals and objectives have been consolidated and printed by the executive committee of the Aging Well process, and there were 14 goals that were identified, and 7 of them were put into phase 1 because it wasn't possible to tackle all of the projects at one time. And a lot of the phase 1 things, once they're in place, will help the phase 7, phase 2 goals to kind of expedite them. So there are now the 7 goals that are sort of in the forefront to be worked on, and they're urging people to sign up to work on, pick one goal that's sort of their level of expertise and work on that specific goal. There will be the senior symposium later in June, and the date they were talking about actually conflicts with our Tuesday meeting date, but that's what it is for now. So that's all I have on Senior Council things right now.
Nordic?
I was not there.
Intermountain TPR?
I was not there.
Well, we're expecting Jim at 2:30, and do we have some open discussion?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So I'm going to start off handing around a draft email. I'm going to have Rachel help me fill in the gaps here, but as I think we're all aware, Pickens County is part of the Colorado Health Insurance Exchange Program as part of the Rural Resort Rating Area. And that area had the distinction of having the highest insurance rates in the nation, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. And we had started discussions. I believe George and Rachel and Steve were at a meeting in December with Marguerite Salazar to talk about this issue. There have been 2 subsequent meetings, the most recent one this past Friday, that Rachel was able to attend, and I believe Nan was on the phone for. At that meeting, the Division of Insurance announced that they're proposing a change to the rating area structure, which was basically to have 7 metropolitan statistical areas, which are large population areas, basically, MSAs, and 2 rural regions in the state. So the resort region would be collapsed into one rural western slope rating region. As a practical matter, this is probably a good thing for a few reasons. One, it's not clear that DOI was working with a complete set of information when the initial rating was done. There was a pretty limited amount of information. I think they relied on the best information that was available, that they had available to them in setting up the rating regions. Some information that we've been looking at would indicate that that accounted for less than 1% of the insured lives in our region, and so not a very good sample. And that until that information really does improve, it probably is a more equitable distribution of risk and costs to increase the size of the rating regions. As a practical matter, the likely impact that would have on what had previously been the resort region rates in the insurance exchange is probably a reduction in the 4 to 8% level. It's difficult to say until we get proposals in from providers. They are looking to initiate this change for the 2015 plan year, and so that means we're on an extremely short timeline. I believe they need to submit their recommendations for the changes to the regions by this Friday, was my understanding.
Yeah, so our comments have to be to them by Wednesday.
So our comments are due by Wednesday, and so basically this is probably a rough draft. It needs some polish. I was finishing it up this morning between items, but what I've put together is an email, a draft email to send in. I could send it in on behalf of the board supporting this change in structure. Not sure this is a perfect solution, but it's a solution that certainly meets our time frame, which is something, quite frankly, I'm surprised. I think DOI has been very responsive in trying to do this. And it certainly moves us in the right direction in terms of creating rating areas that do a better job of creating larger populations in terms of looking at cost and risk.
Comments, Rachel?
Well, to expand on that, I think John captured it really well. You know, when we first had our meeting in Elgibel, and we're talking about this, the Division of Insurance was saying, well, if we get a lot of good information, we might be able to make changes for 2016.
Yeah.
So moving the changes into 2015 has been a monumental task, and really would like to compliment Garfield County and Summit County and Eagle for, you know, pushing forward very vigorously on this. They all attended this meeting as well as myself. And Dan Gibbs had reserved the capital steps for a protest on Monday, if necessary, if we weren't getting any action, to let it be known how unfair this had been. You know, one of the items John leads off here, I don't think we can underplay. It's that these geographic grading areas used for 2014, it was a one-time deal. It was the first time they'd ever been segregated and made that small. And so there really isn't the precedent that these have to remain, and we're trying to change something that's been in place for 10 years or 20 years or something. The other 2 items to mention are that, you know, as the insurance industry and Affordable Care Act are shaking out, we're seeing more interest in providers bidding for and putting in contracts of potentials for the mountain region. And so Kaiser Permanente has announced that they're probably going to, quote, do the I-70 corridor. Now, I don't know if that included us or not, but it would be great, the more competition we have. And the Division of Insurance, Marguerite Salazar, was very clear to caution that they really can't predict what rates will do or won't do. It will all depend on the utilization rates of the public and the cost figures for 2014, what the insurance companies bid and put in there, and that's going to come back again from their experience and their actuary charts and everything like that. You know, we could see rates coming down of their own accord, whether or not this change happened, but this change is more likely to do it. It was a fascinating education on how they go about creating these rating zones. They have a factor they call credibility, and that is how much reporting, how much information they really have from an area. And the larger and more rural it is, the less credible their numbers are, because they don't want to end up losing money. They want to charge a premium that covers the expected costs and the cost of services. And so the region we're joining in with is not especially credible, and they have relatively high rates themselves. So it's not, you know, it's not as if you're averaging the whole state, but it's the cost of providing the services, the credibility, and the utilization. Those are the factors that insurance companies use to price their policies. So while we have a healthier population, they utilize more and things like that. I gave John the full packet. It was really very extensive work that they've done very quickly, and it really helped identify factors such as how often people travel to other locales to have their procedures done, and where is it likely that we do that. As Gail Schwartz said in her press conference, it does have the effect of us or higher insurance premium rates and then traveling to Denver to have a lower service done. We're kind of subsidizing the other parts of the market, you know, by the cost recovery they have in those places. So I think we really absolutely have to do this. The small comments I would have on the letter itself is I'm not sure, because I've given you all my notes now in the PowerPoint, but I think it was
It's 9
it
areas.
is 7
Yeah.
metropolitan statistical areas and 2 rural areas for a total of 9
You're right.
rating areas. So
Yeah.
that's just a type error. I think it also was called option 2, and so we should, on the chart, we should definitely
Okay.
refer to it as the option 2, or whatever option it was on the chart. That is the one we like the best. And then I think when we get to the close, it should close with reiterating, thank you again for your support. We urge you to choose option 2 for the geographic rating system for Colorado or something like that. But we need to close with what we're asking for.
George?
So, in the past, it's only been, they've looked at the state as a whole, never in the past.
You know, this is a new, the exchanges are new with the Affordable Care Act, and so there's never really been regional ratings per se. What would happen, for example, with the county, when we would go out to buy insurance, the insurance companies would develop a risk profile for our population, and they would try and estimate costs in our area and utilization for our group based on demographics, and then they would set a target. And so it would be done specifically for whatever entity was being insured at the time. It wasn't really done geographically like this. And so the way the exchanges are working is meant to take a larger geographic area and, in a way, kind of pool the risk and costs, so that if you're an individual or somebody that's not in a larger group where you can manage risk that well, you know, they're getting these larger groupings of people who may be buying into their products. And so now they've started stratifying the risk by geographic area where they're going to be offering these plans. And so basically what we're saying is the bigger you can make the population in those rural areas, probably the more credibility you get and predictability you get, and probably a fair assessment of what costs actually are. Until we get more transparent information, it's just really difficult to create these discrete regions accurately.
So then the two rural geographic areas, east and west, the west, does that include the entire western slope?
With the exception of Mesa County, which is one of the metropolitan statistical areas.
Really?
And so, yeah, Mesa County is large enough, and I forget the cutoff, but I believe it's 100,000 plus in population. qualifies you as a metropolitan statistical area. And so we lose, obviously there are economies of scale in the provision of medical services in Mesa County that we wouldn't enjoy in this rating area. But at least we're still spreading the risk over a broader area. And that's why I said I'm not sure it's a perfect solution, but it's a much better solution than our current rating area. And it's coming on a time frame that I honestly did not think DOI was going to be able to meet. And so, yeah, I think they've really put some effort into this. And I think what happened, George, was they did have the option of looking at all the rural areas outside of those metropolitan statistical areas as one area. There was too much standard deviation, which is the difference between the median and the max. And what that is a measure of basically how much fluctuation there is and cost throughout the whole region. So the concern was because there's a higher standard deviation when you use the whole rural region, that there were genuinely equity issues by doing the full rural area, that there was going to be subsidies, whereas when you looked at the western slope rural areas, there's far more consistency. You're in a narrower band of cost and expected experience, and so there isn't as much of an argument that one area is subsidizing another.
And so all of our neighboring counties are in line with this as well?
Well, certainly the ones who've been concerned ourselves.
Summit, Garfield, Eagle?
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding is that all of those counties that currently make up our rating area are in support. Now, whether the other communities that we'd be joining with are in support, I don't know. That's what we'll find out through this public comment period.
Yeah. So that would bring into play like Ouray and La Plata. And,
correct. Yeah. Montrose, Delta, Rio Blanco. Yeah.
Because some of those counties, the rates are going to go up.
Well, yeah.
You know, and that's the one thing that Marguerite was, again, trying to be very clear. We really can't tell.
Yeah.
You know, this is a private marketplace, and until they put their bids in and say they want to serve in this area and sell in this area, we don't know.
Yeah.
That even without the change and just from the experience of this year, the rates could be coming down. The rates still could be coming down next year. It's hard to say. You know, and so they've given their best estimates of a range of the change in impact.
But as far as the providers, the area within the east or west regions, they'll be blind to that to some extent. It'll be one consistent rate across the board.
Yeah, I left John with my notes, so it was a very detailed PowerPoint. The different programs were also screened by whether there were 4 screening tools that the American Affordable Care Act itself at the federal level sets up first, beyond the actuaries of the state determining what should be the geographic areas. And then after those are filed, those companies will file their rates and say they have to a certain deadline to say what we will charge. The only 2 rate differentiations you can make are age and smoking. Mm-hmm. You no longer can say men are this expensive, women are this expensive, or so there's been more uniformity, and so as the companies are dealing with that uniformity, they don't quite know what to charge either. If they spend more than 20%,
well, they're looking for an 80%
of revenues on their health care.
Yeah, and they're usually targeting when they're saying their rates, I think, in 85%, kind of loss ratio. Yeah, and so. But what they'll be doing now is looking at the whole region and setting those rates instead of, and so that loss ratio may be higher in some communities and lower than others. Yeah.
And the numbers are starting to come out, although John has pointed out it's primarily the rack rate, but of what the difference is for an MRI in some facilities can be $650, and in other facilities it can be $3,000. Colonoscopy can be $1,200 at one facility and $3,500 at another, and bringing the cost down and really having those cost dollars exposed for the first time is really the biggest part of this equation in the long term.
Steve?
Is Grand Junction in one of the metropolitan areas?
They have that Rocky Mountain healthcare plans, and they have been highly successful in reducing their costs. And they don't want that benefit then spread out everywhere else where it can't be delivered.
So then would rural parts of Mesa County be included in the Grand Junction one, or are they included in our rural part?
No, the metropolitan statistical area follows the county boundaries.
follow
So
county
it
lines.
will follow the county boundaries in that case. Now, I believe some of the MSAs might follow like combined city-county boundaries, like Denver, Broomfield fall into their own MSAs.
And
I think Broomfield.
is Montrose in
That would be grouped
own,
with
or are
us.
they in the rural part?
They'll be grouped with the rural, that whole rural community. So every county on the western slope, basically, with exception of Mesa County, would be included in that rural rating.
Okay. And I know Mesa County did, I mean, the whole healthcare system was actually touted as nationwide as a solution to how the country should go. I wish we could be in with them, but be that as it
They didn't
may.
want to invite us, I think.
If we give them control of our hospital, maybe they
Yeah.
have to do that.
Now, interestingly, just as a side note, I did attend that Institute for Healthcare Improvement conference this last week, and one of the attendees in our group was Vice President of Rocky Mountain Health Plan. So we have talked about ways, because they're doing the Medicaid administration in our county and Eagle County and Garfield County. And so we've been talking about joint strategies, how we can start working together more. But I think on the private payer commercial side, we're pretty far off on that.
So we should send a letter?
Yeah. And with the tweaks that we've talked about, are you okay with me sending this on behalf of the board then?
Yeah. I would suggest going ahead and listing our names underneath
Okay.
your name, sent
Yeah.
by John Peacock, signed, and then, on behalf
Okay.
of.
Yep. Be happy to do that.
Other open discussion?
One last,
Yep.
I believe the Chamber of Commerce has already sent a letter in support of this, and so whatever outreach you're able to do before 5 o'clock on Wednesday to get a letter from the ski company or Basalt Chamber or Sumas Village, City of Aspen, any other groups.
So I've sent out to a number of folks. I heard back from Snowmass. I think they're going to send one. I have not heard back from our other entities yet.
Aspen?
So,
Well, maybe go to the Human Service Director over there as much as management, because it just might have gotten lost in the shuffle and not realized the
Yeah.
timeliness.
Okay.
Other open discussion by anybody?
One
Rachel?
last one, the
Yeah.
same one. I don't know if Aspen Valley Hospital would send one, or the Mid-Valley Medical Clinic, but having some doctors and providers.
I've sent
Would
to
be
them
helpful.
also, yeah, through the Health
Okay.
Alliance. So
Thank you.
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, this time we will open a special meeting and take a motion to go into executive session. I don't know if John, what we got.
Sorry.
The sheets. Executive session for a briefing on airport operations and FAA regulations pursuant to CRS 246402-4B and personnel pursuant to CRS 246402-4F.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we will take a 10-minute break for Grassroots to wrap up. And Grassroots, we're back on the air at 3:15. if you'd like to lead us through this, Kurt.
Okay. Good afternoon. Beautiful day.
Kurt Dahl, is that how you pronounce your last name?
Dahl. Yep.
Dahl.
Yes. Environmental Health Manager. April 15th, we came and had a discussion on the draft OWTS regulations that we're working on as part of the state OWTS regulation changes. There are a couple of options, and after some discussion about the options, the board gave us some guidance and direction on which way to go with the options. When we came to you guys, we had recommended changes that allowed for distance setbacks to be reduced. The board made a recommendation that we actually follow the land use planning regulations, and all components of the septic system should be 100 feet with the exception of a repair or where there's no other alternative. So we made those changes, and I attached the table showing our changes reflecting 100 feet for all components with a comment for the allowance and repair or where no other alternative is. And then I also attached the state one just for comparison. The state one is 50 feet, and they'll let you go down to 25 feet. Ours is 100 feet starting at, and then if there are conditions, we'll let them go down to 50 feet. The other piece that we talked about in kind of as part of this is the requirement for a maintenance program with the county. And as part of that maintenance program, we were recommending what we called a renewable permit. And the renewable permit, to take a step back really quick, a construction permit, we issue a permit, somebody installs a system, we give them final approval. And then until that system fails, we don't see anything else about it. And in 2009, we adopted a use permit, and so that requires where you have a property sale or a property remodel, you get an inspection of the system to ensure it's properly functioning. So we're capturing a few pieces of the puzzle, but we're not capturing a lot of the pieces that we need. And so there are systems that require maintenance, and probably the best way that we can do this with my office is to start out with the systems we know that need maintenance, advanced treatment systems, and then there are a couple other pieces that I included in what we would want with a renewable permit, commercial systems and vaulted privies based on Michael's recommendation. And so a renewable permit is you get your construction permit, you're going to put the system in. For an advanced treatment system, there's a maintenance contract that comes with that when you initially buy it, just right off the bat. Those can last anywhere between 3 to 5 years, and one of the pieces that we worked with the maintenance providers, we made a determination that 2 years seemed like the best time period for us, even though it doesn't coordinate because some guys are 3 years, some guys are 1 year, some guys are 5 years. One, because every year for us would be too much work for my department with a staff of 2, just trying to keep up with all that. We felt like 3 years was something where it was just a little bit too long in ensuring that there's maintenance going on. So you have a maintenance contract, and once we give approval for that system to be used, then every 2 years they come back and get another permit from us, and hence the renewable piece. And as part of that process, they're showing us that they still have a current maintenance contract. And so that way we're ensuring that piece of maintenance is happening on these systems. Advanced treatment systems that are not properly maintained, some may function as well as just a conventional system. Some may actually function worse. And so it's really important for us to ensure this. And it's a piece that really we've been looking to do for 20 years, but it's not been in the state regulations. And so the state has always said until we adopt that piece and actually approve that type of a permit, you can't do that. So now that we have that, there are a couple of counties, Jefferson and us are the two that are really pursuing this right now, that are looking at doing this renewable process. So that's another piece that we'd like to go ahead and adopt and get that going. It's a first step in a new type of program, just like a use permit, and there'll be pieces that we'll need to tweak. I can see in the future where we may want to add a few OWTS systems to a renewable piece, really based on like high-risk areas, where we know that we have a higher risk of either surface water or groundwater contamination, and we want to ensure those systems are being maintained, conventional or otherwise. So, but at this point, this is low-hanging fruit, and we know we need to do this, so that's the reason we're recommending this piece.
Rachel?
Well, I find that what you've written up really captured our last conversation very accurately. And the one question I had was why 2 years instead of 3 for the, renewing of the permit. You answered that. As you said, it may be something that we look at in the future and realize we can do it every 3 years, but it's easier to start off at 2 and go from there. I'd like to kind of make sure we have a system in place so that process is as easy as possible. Whether it's an advance notice mailing to them to say your date for renewal was coming up, blah, blah, blah. These are the materials you need to show. We need to receive it by so-and-so date. And try to keep that cost to a minimal, but I'm sure it will be hundreds over time of different ones with this. The folks using these more advanced system are asking for special consideration, in their own way of a smaller leach field, and and sometimes when you get a quote exception to the rule and you get a special thing, you may have some more stringent requirements to live up to. So I am comfortable with that. It's kind of the same as making sure your renewables that you build into your house are really still functioning if you've gotten a core grant or you've gotten credit for that in your program. And I think it's important that we do have the more stringent stream setbacks. The state does what it can, but it often ends up being politically motivated and a little bit of a lowest common denominator acceptability type of standard gets passed. I'm glad we can set our own standard. And the one thing that really brings it home for me was when you looked at the pictures of the flooding on the Front Range last year, and certainly it's something we don't hope to ever see here, but you never know. But there were all sorts of septic tank vaults that were just floating down the St. Vrain River, and they just got unearthed because they were so close to the stream bank, and the banks had washed away, and then it was dozens of septic tank vaults just floating down the system. And so I think that it's important to have the setback.
Other comments?
Agreed.
I agree too.
Okay?
Thanks so much.
No, thank you. Good.
So we're done with that one, John?
I guess we'll take another 7-minute, we have a special meeting that was scheduled for a specific time,
Yeah.
so it's kind of
Right.
hard to push that earlier. So we'll take a break till 3:45 when that special.
And we had nothing else left on our...
We had nothing else
No
left
more
other than
discussions or anything?
the other executive session.
Okay.
22 minutes.
Agenda items in this section of our special meeting. They are both emergency ordinances set for confirmatory reading on May 28th. The first one is on an amendment to our retail marijuana licenses. The second one is an amendment to our medical marijuana licenses. I will start by asking John if he will just give us a couple sentences on how emergency ordinances work.
Sure. As a beginning to the discussion, the two items in front of the board both deal with the county marijuana regulations. One pertains to retail marijuana, and one pertains to medical marijuana. One is actually an emergency resolution pertaining to medical marijuana, and the second emergency ordinance pertaining to the retail marijuana regulations. One is an ordinance, one is a resolution in keeping with how the original regulations and rules were enacted. The purpose of the emergency resolution and emergency ordinance is to bring the existing regulations into conformance with the BOCC's previously stated desire to entertain the wishes of the various county caucuses for a period of approximately 1 year, at least initially, and then to revisit that decision and position in an evaluation of the county regulations in advance of February 2015. The essence of an emergency resolution or emergency ordinance is to take an action which is immediately effective due to the concern for public health safety.
And the process of the confirmatory reading?
The confirmatory reading is a process that's established by the county's home rule charter. What happens is that the board can take an action considering an emergency ordinance and emergency resolution, but to finalize that action, it must be entertained at a second reading or a confirmatory reading in this case, and that confirmatory reading has to be a noticed public hearing.
So today, our action and special meeting is not a public hearing, and our public hearing will take place on May 28th for a confirmatory reading.
That's correct. Pursuant to the charter, and it's similar to a regular ordinance where you have 2 readings, and one of those readings is a public hearing. And actually, it's also in keeping with the laws of the state and exactly how state legislation is adopted and passed as well.
Okay, well, let's start with the first one, which is an emergency ordinance amending the Pickens County retail marijuana license regulations to prohibit the issuance of retail marijuana licenses in the Crystal River Caucus area.
These regulations were initially adopted by the BOCC in February of this year, and at that time the board had an extensive discussion concerning the recommendations and desires of the various caucuses within the county. The board at that time reaffirmed its earlier decision when in June of 2012 we enacted regulations and rules pertaining to medical marijuana by crafting into the regulation the recommendations or desires, if you will, of the caucuses in the county that had expressed to the BOCC their desire to either not be included or their desire to allow medical marijuana facilities or retail marijuana facilities. So following the adoption of the retail marijuana license procedures and regulations in February of this year, the Crystal River Caucus area had a formal meeting and a vote and expressed a desire that was conveyed to the BOCC that no retail marijuana licenses for cultivation or other grow sites, as the Crystal River Caucus folks expressed it, be allowed within the Crystal River Valley. They further requested that no retail marijuana marijuana retail sales be allowed to be licensed within the village of Redstone. Previously, when the regulations were first adopted, the Snow Cap Caucus, the Frying Pan Caucus, the Woody Creek Caucus, and the Emma Caucus had all expressed a desire to have their areas excluded from potential licensing activity relating to retail marijuana, and the board had expressly put those caucus areas into the retail marijuana licenses. This particular ordinance will amend the retail marijuana licenses to include the Crystal River Caucus area.
Questions for John? Steve?
It says for a period of 1 year following the adoption of the ordinance or the regulations. So does that mean that the Crystal River provision would expire on February 12th, 2015, or would it be 1 year from when they are added to, like, May 20, whatever the date?
28.
No, it would be from February 12th, 2014.
February 12th,
So
1 year from
February-
that date?
Exactly.
Okay.
In other words, to put the recommendation of the caucus, although received
late after the regulations were initially adopted, in the same footing and the same position as the other caucuses that were able to meet and pass on a recommendation to the county.
Okay.
Additional questions?
I would note that the county, the board may remember, the county has already issued one license for retail marijuana cultivation facility in the Crystal River, and the Crystal River Caucus is aware of that, and the caucus is expressing its recommendation to the board in a prospective manner, in other words, from this point going forward.
And that license has to be renewed on an annual basis.
That's correct.
So it would be pursuant to this new regulation on its renewal.
That's correct. And whatever that regulation might
Change
be.
to.
As we've stated, the board has expressed the intention to revisit the inclusion of these caucus areas in advance of February 2015.
Ready to accept the motion?
Yeah.
I would make a motion to approve an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending the Pickens County retail marijuana licensing regulations to prohibit the issuance of retail marijuana licenses in the Crystal River Caucus area.
Second.
First and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
And I would note, as Rob, as you mentioned, and Steve, you alluded to in your question, that this particular ordinance will be set, actually it already has been set and noticed for a public hearing and confirmatory reading on May 28, 2014, which is the board's regular meeting at the end of the month.
Next item, John.
Number 2 is an emergency resolution concerning the medical marijuana licensing regulations and permit processes. Essentially, it's the same situation as the previous ordinance, only dealing with a different caucus. When the medical marijuana license regulations were adopted in June of 2012, only a handful of caucuses had expressed a recommendation to the BOCC. The Frying Pan Caucus area had expressed the recommendation that no licenses be issued for any type of facility in their area. The Snowcap Caucus had expressed the recommendation that only cultivation licenses be prohibited from their area. And I believe in part that this was done simply out of their belief that that's the only type of license that would be available in the caucus area given underlying zoning. And then finally, the Crystal Caucus expressed a recommendation that medical marijuana center licenses not be available or issued for the Redstone Village commercial core area. We've now received recommendations from the Woody Creek Caucus and the Emma Caucus that no medical marijuana licenses be issued for their area for any of the 3 types of medical marijuana facilities. Their recommendations are similar to the one that was received by the Frying Pan Caucus, and so the proposed amendment to the regulation would put the Woody Creek and Emma caucuses in the same position as the Frying Pan Caucus is now, which is a prohibition against any medical marijuana licenses issuing in that area.
Questions for John?
No.
I have a question. This is not including the Crystal River Caucus, and I was at the meeting where they did this, and my understanding was they noticed that need for retail marijuana, and they didn't notice it for medical, so they weren't able to actually take a vote on that.
I'm not sure how they noticed it or how they felt comfortable on their votes, but I know that the action that they took was in regard to retail marijuana only, in regard specifically to cultivation licenses as well as sale center licenses, the one pertaining to the caucus area as a whole and then the latter pertaining to the village of Redstone. Both of those passed by votes of 20-11 for the grow sites and 20-12 for the sale sites, prospective sale and grow sites. The communication that was forwarded by the caucus to the county did not indicate any position as far as medical marijuana beyond what was already expressed to the county back before the initial regulations were adopted, which is a request that no medical marijuana centers be licensed in the village of Redstone. So there has not been an actual recommendation from the caucus area in the Crystal River Valley that medical marijuana licenses not issue for the caucus area other than the prohibition of medical marijuana sales licenses in regards to the village.
So in essence, we might see an application for medical marijuana grow site in the Caucasus Valley, not in the village, and there's currently no prohibition on that.
That's correct. And you never know.
Until they haven't been able to weigh in on it, was the way I understood it when I was at the caucus meeting up in Redstone about a month ago.
And so the board is aware there is one application that might be affected by such a change in position and a potential change in the regulation. That is an application for renewal of an existing license for medical marijuana cultivation, optional premises, grow site located in the Crystal River Valley. But at this point, we don't have that recommendation, and so there isn't a prohibition of equal measure extended for the Crystal River Valley as a whole.
George?
So as it turns out, the Crystal Valley caucus will have a meeting this coming Thursday, and I think they're going to take up this issue. So if they were to pass a similar vote, would we have to come back to do another emergency ordinance to include them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just so I can let them know that.
And if you want, we can continue this out. We're basically trying to make the regulations as current as we can as the recommendations from the caucuses come in and stay in line with the board's intent to honor the recommendations of the caucus, at least for this period of time up until February 2015. Just because of the way caucuses function, it sort of necessarily means that we'd be coming back in perhaps again, and perhaps another time, and perhaps again and again, just to stay current with whatever those recommendations might be. But that's sort of the nature of it when we want to listen to the caucuses.
Yeah. Okay.
Rachel?
But how does the current moratorium play into that?
The moratorium that exists right now is for new licenses for medical marijuana facilities within Pickens County that are not otherwise impacted by other regulations.
So it would not apply to any renewals?
It does not apply to renewals. However, the renewals is a license, and if there was a recommendation that addressed that type of event, then I would assume that we would take an action that would affect the renewal application.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking technically here, if we were to include the Crystal River Valley for medical now, and that vote happens before the 28th, and they don't want to be included, we could drop it out, or are we noticed in such a way that we could not add them today?
No, you can do that if you desire.
It may make sense to add them today and then drop it back out if that's not where the vote goes at the confirmatory reading, because you can always make it narrower, you can't make it broader at the second reading.
You can certainly do that.
Yeah.
I didn't
It's just a
include
thought.
it because I was just going off of the recommendations that were received.
Yeah, it just, to me, it strikes me it might save us some paperwork and time and process, and, you know, you almost can kind of read the writing on the wall of where it's going, and if there's a reversal of courses, you know, we can reverse course on the ordinance. I don't know, George, it's your caucus area, what would you think would be the?
You never know with that caucus.
Well,
I'd hate to predetermine what.
Anything,
And,
okay.
and part of the problem in the past, why it took them so long to get to the retail, was they were unable to have a quorum, so they couldn't vote. So, you know, even though there's a meeting on Thursday, if there's not a quorum, they won't be able to take an action.
Okay, so it's
So
best to leave it alone.
I think I would leave it alone, and if they make a decision, we'll bring it back.
Steve?
We have not done our medical marijuana regulations to bring them, our plan was to kind of align them with the retail marijuana regulations, which we haven't done that yet. And I noticed this does not have any sunset date for, it just bans it from here on out, basically. And I don't support that. Basically, that's saying the caucuses are determining policy for the county. The Board of County Commissioners doesn't review it. And I can't agree with that. I think we need to have it periodically reviewed at a certain date. Because that was the whole purpose of the 1-year period, was to see how the ordinance was working, how the whole situation in the state is working, to give us more time to, get some feedback on how the marijuana laws in the state are working.
The intent is still to reform the medical marijuana rules and regulations such that they are more consistent with the retail marijuana rules and regulations for ease of administration, for ease of process, and just general knowledge on the part of the public. That is still anticipated to happen, just as it was when the board discussed a moratorium a few weeks ago. All this emergency resolution does is to insert the 2 caucuses that have made recommendations into the regulation on a consistent and equal footing as the frying pan, which was the other caucus that made the same recommendation and request, and leave the rest of the regulation alone. There's no sunset because the anticipation is, quite frankly, the board will repeal the entirety of the existing medical marijuana regulations and adopt a new set of regulations.
Yeah, but this is modifying a regulation that was passed in 2012.
That's right.
June of 2012. That predated my time on the board. And I don't agree with the wording of the June 2012 ordinance, I guess. That's what it boils down to.
Understand?
It seems to me like I would feel that part of the amending of the ordinance, the resolution here for medical marijuana, should include a sunset to those caucus areas at the same time, not just the new caucus areas, but the frying pan caucus that was also included in that. And I understand your logic that our plan is to get it done in a year, but who knows, maybe we don't get it done in a year. And it just seems logical to have that in as an inclusion, to say all caucus areas, all exclusion for caucus areas under Article 7B11 will, whatever the language is in the retail, will sunset or be reviewed at what would it be, February 12th, 2014, or however that language is. I would feel much more comfortable just having it in there to say that that's our intention with this. Is that what you're trying to say, Steve, as well?
Have a sunset date included.
Yeah, which isn't included in the medical at this point. Our intention in our discussion with the retail was, listen, we're going to go a little bit slow here, we're going to listen to the caucus areas, but at the same time, I think part of that discussion was we can't always let the tail wag the dog, and we'll listen to them for now and we'll review it when we know more about it. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm thinking of a couple things here, and one is that February 2015 is going to be upon us in a moment. The time goes very quickly, and that's going to lead to an awful lot of reviewing and public concerns and on about renewal, non-renewal. Do the caucuses have to kind of restate their issues that they just finished finalizing literally this year? So I agree with Steve and you and the premise that this does need to stand for review, but I don't know that the goal of the review of people getting more familiar with it, more comfortable with it, it's state law, it's happening throughout the state. I don't know that will really have happened within 1 year. I don't know if it'll really have happened or you'll see changes of hearts or minds by February 2015. So I'm less concerned about having that date in there now. I mean, I think at one of our previous hearings on this, I suggested something like 18 months, so on and so forth. But I think that we should have the alignment of those two programs done well within a year. And I think that coming up with one standard, let's look back, review period that works for both of those makes the most sense to me. And so I don't feel like a need to insert it in this resolution right now, because we are going to do the full-on medical codes coming into alignment with the retail. But one other last comment on this is that I think we all know that October of this year is when the vertical integration requirement for marijuana facilities, both recreational and medical, goes away. And so instead of each outlet, medical or retail, having to grow 70% of their product, they will be able to buy it from others who are growing it in other locations or other remote locations. There's been almost this kind of artificial push to say, well, you have to find a location within, some good driving distance to your store, because that's the only place that you can get any product to sell. And that's not going to be the case after October of this year, and that's going to change the landscape somewhat considerably. I think it's different from the question of whether this is a good economic engine for some people with agricultural properties and things like that. But again, I'm just not feeling the pressure as the state laws mature, as our laws mature, and as the community matures around this subject. And I'd be the first to agree that we have recommending bodies in the caucuses, but these recommendations come to us fairly vigorously. And I think that, it's my goal to listen to the residents of the caucus areas. And we'll keep moving on from there. But I'm not going to predetermine what would happen in 2015. George?
Yeah, I agree with Rachel. I don't think we need to put any date on this. I think, in fact, all the caucuses are aware from the retail ordinance that we passed that they're going to have to meet and make a recommendation back to us next year regardless. And I'm assuming that by that time we'll have dovetailed both of these, retail and medical, into one ordinance to follow. So I'm fine with this. And in a year from now, if for whatever reason that doesn't happen, then we can revisit this as a board.
Let me state how we got to where we are, perhaps. The discussion that took place at the time of the adoption of the retail marijuana regulations was definitely more involved. And we had received more recommendations from caucus areas at that time. And the entire landscape of the marijuana industry was changing, remarkably different than when we considered regulations for medical marijuana back in 2012. So at the time then that the retail regs was adopted, the BOCC decided that the recommended prohibitions that had been at that time forwarded by a limited number of caucuses, but larger number than for the medical regulations, would be adopted and honored for a period of 1 year, and that without any other action of the board, that prohibition would go away. That following that year, there would still be a referral of all applications to the caucus areas through their representatives for comment, but the actual prohibition would go away. When in 2012, when the medical marijuana regs were done, that type of a sunset was not considered. The recommendation came in without any type of sunset, and so the recommendation was simply adopted into the regulation, and
that. And so that's how these two amending ordinances, or ordinance and a resolution, were crafted, just to be consistent with the previous actions. The anticipation, like I said, is that the entirety of the medical marijuana regs will be repealed and then reenacted. They will be brought into alignment with the retail regs, but they won't be exact. There will be inherent differences just because the law treats medical marijuana and retail marijuana differently. But many aspects of the retail marijuana reg will be carried over to the medical side. For example, hearings in front of the BOCC, consideration of local impacts, the size of prospective development, those types of concerns. The vertical integration that has been mandated will go away in October as far as retail marijuana. Although it's hard to know what to anticipate, but I would anticipate that probably the more recognized business pro forma is that you want to keep, control of your production and with sales under one entity, so to speak, just so that you have a better chance of actually turning a profit. So we don't really know how that'll change. Without doing anything to the retail marijuana, that prohibition will go away 2/12 of 2015. The anticipation is well in advance of that, well in advance of New Year's, is that we'll go out and resolicit opinions from the various caucuses, and then the board is going to have another in-depth discussion as to, well, do we accept these recommendations? Do we just consider them at the time of a license application, or what to do at that point? If the desire is to make the inclusion of, in this particular case, Woody Creek and Emma into the medical marijuana regulations consistent with the retail marijuana regulations, then that prohibition should expire on February 12, 2015. If not, then I would state or advise just to leave it the way it is because of our anticipated repeal of the whole affair in relatively short order.
Again, my thought process is I agree with you. It's going to be irrelevant when we repeal this and enact new medical marijuana licenses, but the intention is to get that done within the year, and the intention is, I believe, or at least my intention is to have that included where it becomes now a board review and that we have a consideration of the caucus input when we vote on something, as opposed to a moratorium, much like we have consideration on other land use applications. And if the caucus came to us, I tend to sometimes use some odd examples, but if a caucus came to us and said they'd like 60-story, or 60-foot buildings in their caucus area, it's a recommendation to us, and we might say, well, that's not appropriate in the county. And, but it's going to be a board review, and so I'm indifferent either way. I think as long as we get the repeal of this and the new licenses, but, death and taxes are the two things that are guaranteed in life, and getting another ordinance done in 8 months is not guaranteed. So that's why I would like to include it, and I think it shows our intention that these two get aligned together. And I don't think it hurts anything to include it. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to remember the deadline on that moratorium, because, at least to my perception and just remembering the discussion, it's been the intent to have it done a lot sooner than the 8 months from now. Yeah. So I know it's on a top priority list. And I just would make the brief comment that, the purpose, as we may have struggled and worked our way through this, is to bring the issue of the location of marijuana facilities, retail or medical, out of the land use code and into the permitting process. And so it's no longer, it's been the intent that it'll no longer be that anywhere that's agricultural land has an opportunity to apply, as much as we are able to listen to the caucus areas, we are able to direct this to the appropriate locations, and it becomes part of the permitting where the board has far greater discretion than within the land use code.
So, George, are you still standing firm on not including the language of?
I'm comfortable with the way it is. I think it's going to work
Rachel?
itself out.
I'm okay with it the way it is.
Let's have a motion then.
I'll make a motion to approve an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending the Pickens County medical marijuana licensing regulations to prohibit the issuance of medical marijuana licenses in the Woody Creek and Emma Caucus area.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Steve?
I will vote against it because I think we should include wording to say that it would go until February 12, 2014, or some other date as established by the
2015.
anticipated new medical marijuana ordinance.
I will just state my opinion. I agree with your logic 100%, but I do believe that we're also going to repeal this before that date, and
I would hope so.
And I will not vote for something, at least my thought process at this point is that I want that included in the ordinance that will replace this when it gets repealed.
Also, part of my thought is that Michael's not here.
He'll be here at the confirmatory.
He'll be here for the confirmatory, but I'm going to vote nay, and that way we have one nay vote on it, and I look forward to hearing what Michael has to say as well as what the public has to say at the public hearing.
All right, I will call the question at this point. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
John, thank you very much. We are in a special meeting, and I will take a motion to go into an executive session pursuant to personnel issues, CRS 24-6-4024F.
So moved.
We have a
Second?
first and a second.
Is there also any property acquisition negotiations?
No,
Has that
we've
been dropped?
pulled that.
We went at, the airport hadn't made it on there. There's not a lot new to report, so we pulled that one.
Okay, I just was wondering.
Yeah. The first and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So who was that? It was George and...
Rachel and...
I didn't make
No, it was George.
George and me, yeah.
Yeah, I just voted yes. Great.
So grassroots, we're all done for the day, and
We'll give you 5 minutes.
see you next
to pack
week.
up.